New audiobooks every week. On the Books Aloud channel, you'll find the best works of classic and contemporary literature, absolutely free. Subscribe so you don't miss any new releases, and be sure to click the bell icon to get notifications as soon as new audiobooks are published.
We present to you the first story from this remarkable collection
of Battles for the Stars in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 3. Project Hush by William Tenn. I guess I'm just a stickler, a perfectionist, but if you do a thing, I always say you might as well do it right. Everything satisfied me about the security measures on our assignment except one, the official Army designation, Project Hush. I don't know who thought it up, and I certainly would never ask, but whoever it was, he should have known better. Damn it, when you want a project kept secret, you don't give it a designation like that. You give it something neutral, some name like the Manhattan and Overlord they used in World War II, which won't excite anybody's curiosity. But we were stuck with Project Hush, and we had to take extra measures to ensure secrecy. A couple of times a week, everyone on the project had to report to Psycho for DD and HA, dream detailing and hypnoanalysis, instead of the usual monthly visit. Naturally, the commanding general of the heavily fortified research post to which we were attached could not ask what we were doing, under penalty of court-martial, but he had to be given further instructions to shut off his imagination like a faucet every time he heard an explosion. Some idiot in Washington was actually going to list Project Hush in a military budget by name. It took fast action, I can tell you, to have it entered under Miscellaneous X Research. Well, we'd covered the unforgivable blunder, though not easily, and now we could get down to the real business of the project. You know, of course, about the A-bomb, H-bomb, and C-bomb, because information that they existed had been declassified. You don't know about the other weapons being devised, and neither did we, reasonably enough, since they weren't our business, but we had been given properly guarded notification that they were in the works. Project Hush was set up to counter the new weapons. Our goal was not just to reach the moon. We had done that on 24th of June 1967 with an unmanned ship that carried instruments to report back data on soil, temperature, cosmic rays, and so on. Unfortunately, it was put out of commission by a rock slide. An unmanned rocket would be useless against the new weapons. We had to get to the moon before any other country did and set up a permanent station, an armed one, and do it without anybody else knowing about it. I guess you see now why we on, damn the name, Project Hush were so concerned about security. But we felt pretty sure before we took off that we'd plugged every possible leak. We had, all right. Nobody even knew we had raised ship. We landed at the northern tip of Mare Nubium, just off Regiomontanus, and after planting the flag with appropriate throat-catching ceremony, had swung into the realities of the tasks we had practiced on so many dry runs back on Earth. Major Monroe Gridley prepared the big rocket, with its tiny cubicle of living space for the return journey to Earth, which he alone would make. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Hawthorne painstakingly examined our provisions and portable quarters for any damage that might have been incurred in landing. And I, Colonel Benjamin Rice, first commanding officer of Army Base No. 1 on the Moon, dragged crate after enormous crate out of the ship on my aching academic back, and piled them in the spot 200 feet away, where the plastic dome would be built. We all finished at just about the same time as per schedule, and went into Phase 2. Monroe and I started working building the dome. It was a simple prefab affair, but big enough to require an awful lot of assembling. Then after it was built, we faced the real problem, getting all the complex internal machinery in place and in operating order. Meanwhile, Tom Hawthorne took his plump self off in the single-seater rocket, which, up to then, had doubled as a lifeboat. The schedule called for him to make a rough 3-hour scouting survey in an ever-widening spiral from our dome. This had been regarded as a probable waste of time, rocket fuel, and manpower, but a necessary precaution. He was supposed to watch for such things as bug-eyed monsters out for a stroll on the lunar landscape. Basically, however, Tom's survey was intended to supply extra geological and astronomical meat for the report which Monroe was to carry back to Army HQ on Earth. Tom was back in 40 minutes, his round face inside its transparent bubble helmet, his fish belly white, and so were ours, once he told us what he'd seen. He had seen another dome. "The other side of Marinubium, in the Riffian Mountains," he babbled excitedly. "It's a little bigger than ours, and it's a little flatter on top, and it's not translucent either, with splotches of different colours here and there. It's a dull, dark, heavy grey, but that's all there is to see." "No markings on the dome?" I asked worriedly. "No signs of anyone or anything around it?" "Neither, Colonel." I noticed he was calling me by my rank for the first time since the trip started, which meant he was saying in effect, "Man, have you got a decision to make?" "Hey, Tom," Monroe put it. "Couldn't be just a regularly shaped bump in the ground, could it?" "I'm a geologist, Monroe. I can distinguish artificial from natural topography. Besides," he looked up, "I just remembered something I left out. There's a brand new tiny crater near the dome, the kind usually left by rocket exhaust." "Rocket exhaust," I seized on that. "Rockets, eh?" Tom grinned a little sympathetically. "Spaceship exhaust, I should have said. You can't tell from the crater what kind of propulsive device these characters are using. It's not the same kind of crater where rear jets leave, if that helps any." Of course it didn't, so I went into our ship and had a council of war. And I do mean war. Both Tom and Monroe were calling me Colonel in every other sentence. I used their first names every chance I got. Still, no one but me could reach a decision. About what to do, I mean. "Look," I said at last, "here are the possibilities. They know we are here, either from watching us land a couple of hours ago or from observing Tom's scout ship, or they do not know we are here. They are either humans from Earth, in which case they are in all probability enemy nationals, or they are alien creatures from another planet, in which case they may be friends, enemies, or what have you. I think common sense and standard military procedure demand that we consider them hostile until we have evidence to the contrary. Meanwhile, we proceed with extreme caution, so as not to precipitate an interplanetary war with potentially friendly Martians, or whatever they are. All right. It's vitally important that Army Headquarters be informed of this immediately, but since Moon-to-Earth radio is still on the drawing boards, the only way we can get through is to send Monroe back with the ship. If we do, we run the risk of having our garrison force, Tom and me, captured whilst he's making the return trip. In that case, their side winds up in possession of important information concerning our personnel and equipment, while our side has only the bare knowledge that somebody or something else has a base on the moon. So our primary need is more information. Therefore, I suggest that I sit in the dome on one end of a telephone hookup with Tom, who will sit in the ship, his hand over the firing button, ready to blast off for Earth the moment he gets the order from me. Monroe will take the single-seater down to the Riffian Mountains, landing as close to the other dome as he thinks safe. He will then proceed the rest of the way on foot, doing the best scouting job he can in a spacesuit. He will not use his radio, except for agreed-upon nonsense syllables to designate landing the single-seater, coming upon the dome by foot, and warning me to tell Tom to take off. If he is captured, remembering that the first purpose of a scout is acquiring and transmitting knowledge of the enemy, he will snap his suit radio on full volume and pass on as much data as time and the enemy's reflexes permit. How does that sound to you? They both nodded. As far as they were concerned, the command decision had been made, but I was sitting under 2 inches of sweat. "One question," Tom said. "Why did you pick Monroe for the scout?" "I was afraid you'd ask that," I told him. "We're 3 extremely unathletic PhDs who have been in the army since we finished our schooling. There isn't too much choice. But I remembered that Monroe is half Indian. Arapaho, isn't it, Monroe? And I'm hoping blood will tell." "Only trouble, Colonel," Monroe said slowly as he rose, "is that I'm 1/4 Indian, and even that. Didn't I ever tell you that my great-grandfather was the only Arapaho scout who was with Custer at the Little Bighorn? He'd been positive Sitting Bull was miles away. However, I'll do my best, and if I heroically don't come back, would you please persuade the security officer of our section to clear my name for use in the history books? Under the circumstances, I think it's the least he could do." I promised to do my best, of course. After he took off, I sat in the dome over the telephone connection to Tom and hated myself for picking Monroe to do the job, but I'd have hated myself just as much for picking Tom. And if anything happened and I had to tell Tom to blast off, I'd probably be sitting here in the dome all by myself after that, waiting. "Brosnagel," came over the radio in Monroe's resonant voice. He had landed the single-seater. I didn't dare use the telephone to chat with Tom in the ship, for fear I might miss an important word or phrase from our scout. So I sat and strained my ears. After a while I heard "Mishgashu," which told me that Monroe was in the neighborhood of the other dome and was creeping toward it under cover of whatever boulders were around. And then abruptly I heard Monroe yell my name, and there was a terrific clattering in my headphones. Radio interference. He'd been caught, and whoever had caught him had simultaneously jammed his suit transmitter with a large transmitter from the alien dome. Then there was silence. After a while I told Tom what had happened. He just said, "Poor Monroe." I had a good idea what his expression was like. "Look, Tom," I said, "if you take off now, you still won't have anything important to tell. After capturing Monroe, whatever's in that other dome will come looking for us, I think. I'll let them get close enough for us to learn something of their appearance, at least if they're human or non-human. Any bit of information about them is important. I'll shout it up to you, and you'll still be able to take off in plenty of time. All right?" "You're the boss, Colonel," he said in a mournful voice. "Lots of luck." But then there was nothing to do but wait. There was no oxygen system in the dome yet, so I had to squeeze up a sandwich from the food compartment in my suit. I sat there thinking about the expedition. 9 years and all that careful secrecy, all that expenditure of money and mind-cracking research. And it had come to this, waiting to be wiped out, in a blast from some unimaginable weapon. I understood Monroe's last request. We often felt we were so secret that our immediate superiors didn't even want us to know what we were working on. Scientists are people. They wish for recognition, too. I was hoping the whole expedition would be written up in the history books, but it looked unpromising. 2 hours later, the scout ship landed near the dome. The lock opened, and from where I stood in the open door of our dome, I saw Monroe come out and walk toward me. I alerted Tom and told him to listen carefully. It may be a trick. He might be drugged. He didn't act drugged, though, not exactly. He pushed his way past me and sat down on a box to one side of the dome. He put his booted feet up on another, smaller box. "How are you, Ben?" he asked. "How's every little thing?" I grunted. "Well," I know my voice skittered a bit. He pretended puzzlement. "Well, what?" "Oh, I see what you mean. The other dome. You want to know who's in it? You have a right to be curious, Ben. Certainly. The leader of a top-secret expedition like this. Project Hush, they call us, huh, Ben? Finds another dome on the moon. He thinks he's been the first to land on it, so naturally he wants to—" "Major Monroe Gridley," I rapped out. "You will come to attention and deliver your report now." Honestly, I felt my neck swelling up inside my helmet. Monroe just leaned back against the side of the dome. "That's the Army way of doing things," he commented admiringly. "Like the recruits say, there's a right way, a wrong way, and an Army way. Only there are other ways, too." He chuckled. "Lots of other ways." "He's off," I heard Tom whisper over the telephone. "Ben, Monroe's gone and blown his stack." "They aren't extraterrestrials in the other dome, Ben," Monroe volunteered in a sudden burst of sanity. "No, they're humans all right, and from Earth. Guess where?" "I'll kill you," I warned him. "I swear I'll kill you, Monroe. Where are they from? Russia? China? Argentina?" He grimaced. "What's so secret about those places? Go on, guess again." I stared at him long and hard. "The only place else." "Sure," he said. "You got it, Colonel. The other dome is owned and operated by the Navy. The goddamn United States Navy."
Story 1, The End.
Story 2 of Battles for the Stars. In Space! It reads Short Sci-Fi, Volume 3. The Sling and the Stone, by Michael Shaara. On the morning of the first day, floating in the cold of space, they inflated the station. It puffed up tightly to a silvery donut, and 4 men whose names were Krylov, Mirkov, Stolykin, and Davchenko went to live inside. There was no ceremony. Out of a motionless rocket which hung in space nearby, other men came, trailing long wires. All the long black afternoon of that day, these men clustered on the skin of the donut, fixing curved weightless slabs of carbon-coated aluminum to the sides, and within the station, where there was air and therefore blessed noise, the 4 men worked with fluttery movements, attaching wires and steel ribs, adjusting, connecting. After a while, there was nothing more to do. The rocket pulled in its lines, gathered up its men. When they were all inside, it turned over slightly and spat a silent flame and began to fall and fell and was gone. That was the first day. The second day was filled with work and watching and a great awe. The third day began to be lonely. On the fourth day, they had a visitor. The mindless insanity, so carefully bypassed for so many years, reached out at last and drew him in. Diaghilev awoke. The room was very cold. Pyotr Diaghilev struggled into his clothes, not sleepy at all. The army man stood silently at the foot of the bed. Outside the door, stolid and heavy-footed in the darkness, there were other army men, creaking the floorboards and chuckling. And so it comes, Diaghilev thought. There was nothing at all to say or do. He hitched his belt tightly and breathed for what seemed like the first time, and then he nodded to the army man. He was taken away. He sat in the dark, in the plush rear seat of a huge car being driven at great speed through the city. He was surprised. He had expected them to be more brutal, but they were never, ever what you expected. In the darkness, he strove to compose himself. The army man asked him for a cigarette. When he struck the match, Diaghilev realized that he had forgotten his glasses. "My glasses," he said humbly. "Please, I have forgotten my glasses." The army man surprisingly seemed concerned. Then he said, "Never mind, we will get them." He leaned forward and spoke into a radio. There was a brief reply, which Diaghilev could not hear, and the army man sat back comfortably, satisfied. "Your glasses will be there," he said. Diaghilev thanked him. Because of the unexpected courtesy, the level of his fear began to go down. Perhaps it will not be so bad, he thought. Maybe, after all, it is only interrogation. But again he thought that you never knew what to expect, that in all the long years of yesing and bowing and applauding, you never understood them. Well then, now was the time to understand. "I'll say whatever they want me to say. I will not resist in the least. What does it matter? The world belongs to them. And if a man wishes to live, he must be logical and agree. Let them do what they will, and I will applaud every step of the way." He folded his hands in his lap. After a long while, the car stopped. The first army man gave him over to another army man, whom he could not see in the darkness, and after many a salute, he was conducted through a black iron gate. Within minutes, he was aboard a plane with 4 more army men. No one would say anything. Pyotr Diaghilev slept. This, of course, he could not believe. He saw the thing clearly in the late morning sun, rising in an enormous shining tube from the hard-baked floor of the desert, but it was obviously impossible. It was taken on an elevator 100 feet into the air, and ushered through a door into the side of the thing, not believing any of it for an instant. He was told, rather kindly for once, that he was to be taken up in this thing and not to worry because it had been tested. Many times. But he was so completely overwhelmed that he could not ask a question. There was nothing but army men now, one of whom conducted him to a foam rubber hammock and strapped him in. To his utter astonishment, the thing actually did take off. There were some very bad minutes. For a while he weighed several tons and could not move, and then he weighed nothing at all and was sick. Someone else unstrapped him and gave him pills, and then thoughtfully tied him to a hand-ring in the wall. And at long last, his mind began to accept it. The incredible Soviet had succeeded. His Russian contemporaries had put a manned vessel in outer space. Diaghilev sat quietly stupefied. That the spouting, unshaven, preposterous baboons with whom he had worked could have built this thing seemed to him blankly impossible. Being one himself, Pyotr Diaghilev had no great respect for what Russian scientists the great many purges had left. But of course there the thing was, built by Germans, perhaps, with secrets stolen from the Americans while they haggled about peace. Nevertheless, there the thing was. And if he was going up now, there could only be one place to go, and therefore he was not a prisoner at all. The wonder and relief of it was too much at once. He surrendered himself to awe. When the time came to board the satellite, he was poised and ready. In the midst of a curving room hung and inset with 1,000 shining gadgets, Pyotr Diaghilev floated in the air. A black-browed man took his arm carefully and pulled him to the floor, placed magnetic-soled shoes on his feet. Diaghilev could not help grinning delightedly. The dark man, whose name was Krylov, stood thoughtfully and absently scratching his cheek. "Now, as to why you are here," he said, and Diaghilev tensed and waited. There were 3 other men in the room, but no one moved. "You understand, of course, what this station is, and that the building of it places us, our people, in control of the world." Diaghilev nodded. "Atomic missiles launched from this base may be guided exactly to any point on the surface of the Earth that we select, yet the station itself represents so small and distinct a target as to be virtually invulnerable. Russia, my friend, need fear no country on Earth. Not," he added quickly, "that she ever did, of course." Diaghilev, with the inbred habit of years, gave his congratulations. Krylov stood looking at him closely, half smiling, rubbing again at his cheek. There was something infinitely chilling in the moment, but Diaghilev was able to smile back. "The station has been in existence," said Krylov, "for slightly more than a week. There are not 50 people in the entire world who know of it. You have become one. You are therefore most important." Diaghilev was becoming nervous. "But you are important," Krylov went on slowly, "for other reasons. To be exact, you are perhaps as important at this moment as any man who ever lived." Diaghilev, dazed, struggled to digest that while Krylov held him with his eyes, and the 3 other men spoke lowly among themselves. "I am saying all this to impress upon you the vastness of the work with which you have been entrusted. I want you to understand clearly that the accuracy of your work could mean the collapse of all our enemies, of the entire capitalistic empire. Therefore you will be accurate." There was a fixity to Krylov's face which was unsettling. Diaghilev waited, uneasy and bewildered. The dark man smiled. "You are a Russian," he stated powerfully. "We know that you will do your best." "Of course," Diaghilev said. Krylov turned and pulled open a drawer. Out of the drawer he drew a chart and handed it to Diaghilev. "Do you recognize that?" Diaghilev stared. "That is the plotted orbit," Krylov said carefully, "of a moon. It is not, of course, the moon with which you are familiar, but it is a moon circling the Earth. The second moon. It is a moon of which no one knows, excepting ourselves and the Kremlin. We discovered it shortly after we arrived, when it passed quite near the station. It is small and dark, too small and non-reflecting to be seen from Earth. It is approximately 5 miles wide. Do you understand?" Diaghilev, who had had to digest a great many things in a very short while, was able to nod, because this was, after all, Diaghilev's field. A second moon, he told Krylov, speaking with some excitement, had long been predicted by astrophysicists everywhere. Since the Earth had been attracting meteors for something like 2 billion years, it was inevitable that some, at least, should be captured as moons. Krylov broke in, nodding with impatience. "Exactly. And now as to your work. You will see this moon shortly when it crosses our path again. At that time you will correct the orbit we have plotted. You will also give us the exact mass and speed of that moon. The instruments you will need are already here. Let me emphasize this. You will be accurate. Is that clear?" Diaghilev nodded. "Do you have any questions?" Diaghilev had none. He wanted to ask why, of course, but he knew from long experience of army men that Krylov was not ready to tell him. He set himself, as always, to be patient. And now, as well, he wanted to think. He wanted to be alone. The magnificent fact of where he was had begun at last to envelop him. Now he wanted to see. "Very well," said Krylov. "The moon will be here in 3 hours." The interview ended. The army man moved away awkwardly, through the air. A young man named Stolyakin, clearly showing his contempt for intellectuals and scientists, was left to show him around. And for the universe, for creation, for the most magnificent sight that any man would ever see, Diaghilev had 3 hours. At 3:23 in the black afternoon, the moonlet came within radar range. The alarm klaxon screamed. Pyotr Diaghilev sat poised and ready, holding himself tightly, while the thing came by with a great curving rush. There was very little time, but Diaghilev worked with care and precision. When he was done, he looked into the television screen and saw the moonlet go by. In that moment, he felt the presence of God. The thing was so huge, so incredibly immense, that Diaghilev was terrified. Jagged, pitted, revolving slowly like a great rolling stone, the ball rushed by in the awful silence, blotting out the stars. To Diaghilev there was never anything so cold or dark or ominous, never anything at all like it in all the history of man, all the world. Like a stone, Diaghilev thought, from the sling of God. It bore off into the west, reflecting dimly the cold yellow rays of the sun. It was gone in seconds. Diaghilev tried to relax. He put a cigarette in his mouth and lighted it. But as usual, the heated gases did not rise, and the cigarette put itself out. Diaghilev did not notice. Before he could think, before he could even begin to realize the thought that was forming in his mind, Krylov was beside him, speaking with restrained exultation.
"Were you successful?"
Diaghilev looked up shakily.
"Yes." "You will check your figures, of course."
"They are accurate."
"Doubtless, but you will check them. When you are certain that there is no possibility of error, you will be given your final work. I will not tell you that until you are finished here, since what we plan may affect the clarity of your thinking. That must not happen."
Diaghilev could not stop the question.
"What are you going to do?" "You will know when there is a need. The figures must be accurate."
Krylov was gone. Diaghilev sat for a long time without thinking. Then he reached up slowly and turned off the television, and the earth and the stars were gone. Now he must begin to think. Now, really, he must try to understand. 24 hours ago, he had been in his bed, in his home, sleeping, and now he was in outer space. It was too much for him. He could not understand why they had brought him here, and before the stupendous fact of what was outside, he was helpless even to think. He had only a fear, a cold, growing fear deep inside, because the station was the most potent military weapon the world had ever known, and because there was no hope now for the rest of the world. Always before he had thought, as a matter of course, that the army men would never last, be swallowed eventually in the Russian soil, just as had all the other conquerors before them. But now he saw that there was no chance, and the power of these men, their overwhelming power, was a fact he could not deny. Yet the habit of obedience was great, and this thing too Diaghilev could forget, for in the end what mattered was only this. Diaghilev was outside. No more time to think. He reached back up, turned on the screen. He surrendered himself with awe to watch the shining movements, and the moonlit was forgotten. There were many, many things which the moonlit would end, and Pyotr Diaghilev was one of them. But of this, of course, he could not know, and so he continued to watch while the moonlit swung out over Russia, Denmark, and the northern tip of England, just as it had been passing, silently, for 100 million years, just as it would pass, still silently, for a few more days. The moonlit came round twice more, and each time Pyotr Diaghilev carefully checked his figures. They were true. The thing was roughly circular, something less than 5 miles in diameter, had an orbital speed approaching that of the station. Because of its weight, Diaghilev was certain that it was virtually solid nickel iron. A cold, whirling mass of iron, 5 miles thick, come out of eternity and the endless reaches of space. It occurred to Diaghilev, with fascination, that no one as yet had boarded the thing. He was about to ask when Krylov came up, but now the end came, and he had no time. Krylov wanted to know if he was now certain. Diaghilev said, "Yes."
"Good. Now we may begin."
Krylov looked into the television screen, again rubbing his face with thick, hairy hands. They were just passing over the northwestern coast of America. Diaghilev waited.
"If we were to take a pail of water," Krylov said calmly, "and whirl it around over your head, what would happen to the water?"
Diaghilev looked at him queerly.
"It would remain in the pail,"
Krylov said, smiling.
"If you were swinging it fast enough." "Exactly."
Krylov turned back to stare at the screen. Below them was the pale, gleaming blue of the Pacific.
"But if you were to slow it down, comrade,"
Krylov said gently,
"what would happen then?"
"It would fall." And then, all of a sudden, Diaghilev understood. Time stopped. Diaghilev began to feel sick, Krylov laughed at his amazement.
Now take the case of this moon. If we were to slow it down, would it not fall?
But how?
Would it not?
Yes. Ha! Krylov laughed delightedly.
It was my own idea, you know. Although I am not a scientific man, this I could do myself. Are you amazed? I see that you are.
He clapped a rough hand on Diavolev's knee. Diavolev strove to keep the horror from his face.
Now, one thing more. The moon, or moonlet, as you say, passes along a definite line over certain areas of the earth. If we were able to slow it down when and where we wanted, the moon could be made to fall at a predetermined point along that line. That is obvious. You have already computed that path, along with all the necessary data. We, my friend, have picked a target. Your further work, therefore, is this. You will determine the point and the time at which the moonlet must be slowed in order to fall upon the target. It is a simple question of trajectory. And this is your mission, your trust.
Diavolev could not speak. This man was clearly mad. Krylov was laughing again. His teeth bared into Diavolev's eyes.
Can you conceive it, comrade? Can you conceive it? The hand of God. You call it the hand of God.
He leaned back and roared, almost upsetting himself in the weightless air. The other crewmen heard him laugh and turned to look. They were all grinning. Diavolev felt his clothes becoming sodden. Krylov was serious. More than that, they were all serious. The leader himself must know of all this, and must have approved, or Diavolev would not be here. And they cannot have fallen this far, Diavolev told himself, not in so little a time. But they would do it. Observing Krylov, Diavolev understood at last that they would, and a great wave of despair cut through him.
How will you slow it down?
Krylov waved a fat hand smoothly.
By a series of hydrogen bomb explosions placed at intervals along the leading face. We have already begun. The bombs are here, comrade. The thrust of each bomb is known. Each will slow the moonlet to a certain extent. The last one, which you will time, will slow it too much, and it will begin to fall. And then,
Krylov grinned,
the hand of God.
Diavolev removed his glasses, wiped them slowly. Futile to fight, futile to oppose. The thing would work, he thought, and this hairy, itching maniac knew it. Futile to tell him anything, but he had to say something.
Have you any idea of the explosive power the moonlet will have?
Some, Krylov said calmly, turning to watch him now with rock-like eyes.
At the speed with which it will hit, it can have no tensile strength. Therefore the kinetic energy will be transformed into an explosive energy. The thing will blow up. It will devastate an area several hundred miles wide. It will kill quite a few million people.
Krylov chuckled.
And it can never be traced to us. It will be an act of providence.
Krylov roared again, waving his arms.
Think of the reaction. Consider the necessary psychology. At this most crucial point in the history of the world, at this time when the enemy is preparing for a holy war, suddenly a meteor will fall in the center of their land, a meteor like none that has ever been dreamed of, and it will be so great a coincidence that it should fall at this time in this place that they will be forced to their knees. The fools, the fat, weak, superstitious fools will say that it is God's will.
Krylov roared again, and then he reminded Diavolev that it was his own idea. There was more. Krylov even suggested that the moonlet would be humane. It was, after all, only a bomb, and if there was a war, there would be many bombs. But now the Americans would not dream of bombs. There need not be a war at all. Diavolev sat very still, yesing the rain of incredible logic. It was clear to him only that this man was not human at all, that none of them were, and that the destruction of civilization was the most inevitable thing that ever was. Krylov said that he knew Diavolev was overwhelmed, that he should rest before he completed the final figures. He clapped Diavolev on the shoulder, and before leaving gave him the name of the target area. Accuracy, after all, was not so important. If the moonlet hit within a few hundred miles, that would be enough. Krylov went off, and Diavolev was alone. The light of the room was electric and undying. There was no blessed darkness to come. Diavolev sat in the glare until he could not endure it, and then found relief at the screen. With the universe spread out before him, Diaghilev made his decision. For out of the crumbling insanity, up from the measureless ignorance which was his home, his nation, and his time, Diaghilev had risen into the only peace and order he had ever known. There down below him was the beautiful earth, and off to his right was the moon, and above him there was nothing, ever and ever, nothing on out to infinity, the utter open nothing of deep space. He'd never go back to the great sickness below. He realized that with great clarity, and a deep, calm presence came over him. The decision was simple. To everything there is an end. He thought about it for a long while, and then he smiled, and it was done. There was very little time. In the few moments that there were, he went to the telescope. Maybe, after all, with no atmosphere to hinder, he could really see the canals on Mars. Pyotr Diaghilev handed in his figures. The blasting was done in the daytime, so that there was little chance of it being seen from Earth. Bit by bit, the moonlet slowed. After a while, there was only one more bomb to go. With Krylov, in the waning moments, Diaghilev rode out with the timing equipment. In one of the small light shuttlecraft, they went from the station to the main rocket from Earth, which was following the moonlet along its shortening curve. There was one more hour. "Very soon now, Ray," smiled Krylov, looking quite deep into Diaghilev's eyes. "Yes," said Diaghilev. "We will see it go all the way down. I've arranged for the picture to be relayed to a television screen on the rocket. You will have the seat of honor." "Thank you," said Diaghilev. "Yes, you will have the seat of honor." Krylov was still staring at him. Diaghilev looked away. Outside, the moonlet seemed stationary in space, huge and black and permanent. Diaghilev could see the men on one face of her setting the final bomb, which Diaghilev would detonate with a radio signal. There was one more thing which Diaghilev wanted to do. "Krylov," he said suddenly. When he turned back, he saw that Krylov's eyes were still on him. "Yes?" Krylov asked. "I wonder, would you mind if I went aboard the moonlet? I'd like to see what it is like, really, up close. No scientist has ever had a chance like this. Perhaps I might learn something. Would you mind?" Krylov frowned, lowered his eyes slightly. "Is there time?" "There is an hour." Krylov thought for a long moment. Then he straightened, smiling. "Of course you will go. We will both go." Diaghilev stepped out onto the surface of the moonlet. That Krylov was with him did not matter. He had set foot on an alien world. He stood upon metal, gazing with wide shining eyes at the crags and the cracks and the dark jagged peaks of the thing out of space. This was something of which in his life he had never dreamed. Now that he had done this, his life was complete. He moved forward, carefully down a ragged cleft, turning to speak to Krylov. He was not there. "Krylov!" Emptiness. He turned and ran back, beginning to understand. In the lack of gravity, he almost threw himself out into space, caught hold of a spur and pulled himself down. "Krylov!" He sat down. There was no need to call again. He lifted his head and looked once again through the glass of his helmet at the clean, brilliant stars. "Idiot." It was Krylov's voice, flat and dispassionate, coming through the radio in his helmet. Diaghilev shuddered. "Did you think we trusted you? Did you think that we did not know your kind can never be trusted? Did you think you could fool us?" Diaghilev did not answer. "I will not ask why," Krylov said flatly. "That is known only to your miserable self." He waited. When Diaghilev did not speak, his voice came again quickly. "Have you nothing to say, idiot? No epitaph, no begging." His voice had become too loud, and Diaghilev turned the radio down. "A German checked your figures, Diaghilev. Do you understand? A German who is now dead found you out, fool. Your trajectory was radioed to Earth and checked and corrected, and the meteor will not fall in the ocean, Diaghilev. It will land on the capital of the United States, and you will be on it. All the way down, you will be on it. Is that not a fitting end? We are a great people, Diaghilev, a poetic and powerful people. Is your ending not poetic?" Diaghilev rose wearily and clambered up the iron walls to a higher place, a place from which he could see the sun. Krylov was beginning to rave, working himself into a frenzy. Diaghilev turned him off, waited patiently in the blank silence. There was nothing heroic about him. If he had it to do now, he would not do it at all. But it was fixed and irrevocable, and now he would have to wait, afraid and unutterably lonely, until the end. The stars above him were a billion icy eyes. After a while there was a flash, and the moonlight kicked under his feet. He held on as the metal rocked. He waited, 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 until he could feel it beginning to fall. Then he took a deep breath and spoke. "Krylov, goodbye." "Krylov," Diaghilev said quietly. "Listen, my army friend. You gave me a problem. The problem had two parts. 2 parts, army man. And if the first part is wrong, the other does not matter." At the other end of the radio, borne through space and the rushing emptiness, Diaghilev sensed the beginning of fear. He was about to smile. "What?" came faintly. "When you checked the trajectory, did you also bring some German up to compute the size of the moonlight all over again?" "Nothing." Diaghilev chuckled. "You didn't, did you, Krylov?" There was nothing on the radio but an aching, brittle static. "You used the speed I gave you. You used the mass I gave you. The moon will not fall on America, Krylov." Gradually, now, over the weakening radio, came back the sounds which were to be the last pleasure of Pyotr Diaghilev's life. Rage first, and a vast incoherence. And then Krylov began to change in an ugly, despairing, dirty way, whimpering, and all Diaghilev could understand was, "My idea! It was my idea!" But now Diaghilev could not listen, because the moon was falling, and there was very little time. An end in fire, the little man thought. A blessed, quick end as I hit the air. He shouted, trying to make himself heard. "We are both dying, army man. Soldier boy, my captain, do you know where the moon will fall?" Krylov knew. He went mad. "Watch me go." And now Diaghilev was laughing. "Take your seat of honor and watch me all the way. Here I go, Krylov. Watch me. Watch your world." He stopped, out of breath, to hang on, while the moon fell away beneath him, faster, faster, and the stars began to whirl. And a poetic end, he thought, a lovely end. Let there be an end. And eventually the end came, and Diaghilev was dust, and his dust mingled evenly with the fire-blasted soil of Russia. End of story 2. Story 3 of Battles for the Stars. In Space! It reads Short Sci-Fi, Volume 3. Slaughter on Domell 4 by Ivor Jorgenson. Larry Fillmore stared at his beer and mentally roasted his fight manager for the 50th time. Human beings were supposed to be the toughest race that the galaxy had ever spawned, but as a fighter, Larry didn't put too much faith in the theory. He had fought a good many races throughout the galaxy, and although he had always come out the winner, he had plenty of scars to show for it. He looked around the bar. It was full of various beings, none of them human except himself. "What am I doing here?" he asked himself. "I'm sitting in a cheap little bar on Domell 4, waiting for a Denalian fighter to kill me tomorrow." But there was no way out of it, Fillmore thought bitterly. Blackmer, his manager, had the whole thing sewed up. Larry had found out, 3 months before, that Blackmer was cheating him, but that had been too late. According to the contract, Larry had to finish the season or go to prison. If he quit, he would, according to the law, be cheating his manager. On the other hand, if he got killed during the battle, his entire check would go to Blackmer. So Blackmer had done the smart thing. For him, he had lined up Larry with Fornax Kedron, the champion of Domell. The Denalians were big, 8 feet high, with fingers that ended in razor-sharp claws. Of course, Larry would be provided with steel extensions on his fingers, but they wouldn't help much. Larry had never learned to use them. Fornax Kedron would kill him in the first round. Larry took another sip of his beer and stared forlornly at the bar. With his fingers, he traced meaningless designs in the moisture left by the cold glass. Maybe he was taking the coward's way out, but it was the only way he could see. Better a live coward, he thought, than a dead hero. Another bar, bartender, he called, finishing the one he held. Coming up, Earthman. The beer arrived, and he took a sip. Training? The hell with it, he thought happily. He was going to get himself completely stewed tonight. Live high, die young, and have a good-looking corpse. Or maybe it would be better simply to get aboard a spaceship and try to get away. Maybe the interstellar police would never find him. He shook his head dismally. That wouldn't work either. Nothing would work. If only he'd had some practice fighting a Domell. He reached out for his beer, not noticing that someone had taken the vacant seat next to him. His elbow collided with a glass. The glass tipped, pouring a green, bubbling liquor all over the Domell sitting next to him.
"Stupid Earthman!"
snapped the Domell contemptuously.
"A clumsy beast like you shouldn't be allowed to enter a public place."
With one hairy paw, the Domell shoved against Larry's shoulder, intending to push him off the bar stool. Larry moved back, more in astonishment than anything else. He hadn't known that Domell had any particular prejudice against Earthmen. There was unmistakable racial hatred in the alien's voice. He put out his hand to the bar and stopped himself from falling off the stool. "What's the idea of that?" Larry growled. "That was an accident, and—"
"You're trying to argue with me. Here is the rest of the drink."
The Domell laughed and heaved the remaining contents of the glass in Larry's face. A blinding tide of red fury washed over Larry. Without thinking, reacting purely by instinct, he lashed out at the Domell. His fist didn't contact. It was blocked by the heavy forearm of his opponent. A hand raked out at Larry, a hand with 6 fingers, each of which was tipped with long, cutting talons. Larry moved his head aside barely in time. The talons raked across his cheek, drawing blood. If he hadn't ducked, the cut would have ripped his throat open. The Domell's other hand slashed out. Larry blocked it with his own arm and sent a hard left to the midsection of the 8-foot monster. The Domell backed away, snarling. The fight was on for real now.
"Little Earthman, I'm going to kill you."
He leaped in suddenly, and his fist smashed against Larry's face. Larry rolled with the blow, but it brought the taste of blood to his mouth. His feet moving fast, the Earthman bobbed back away from the giant. He felt a glow of pleasure within himself. Here was the chance to practice a little with the Domell. What better training was there for a championship bout than a barroom brawl? He had to watch out for those claws, though, those deadly razors that sprouted from the Domell's fingertips. 2 other Domell started to move in, but an Aldebaranian, a huge reptilian beast, slow-moving but powerful, stepped in front of them. "Speck!" he hissed in his snake-like voice. Larry heard an Arcturian Spider-Man click his mandibles together and whisper,
"Yes, let the Earthman fight it out by himself."
Larry wasn't too worried. He had fought to the death on 100 planets, and hadn't been killed yet. An ordinary Domell didn't bother him much. He moved in confidently for the knockout. His fist lashed out, but his opponent was even faster. Larry connected with nothing but empty air, and the Domell's claws raked down his side as the other hand slammed against the side of his head. Dazed, Larry danced back. His arm was dripping blood, and his head felt groggy and heavy. The Domell threw a left jab, and Larry blocked it with his own left arm. But the giant had done something unexpected. Instead of striking with his closed fist, he had suddenly extended his fingers. The sharp claws stabbed deep into the muscle of the Earthman's forearm, sending a wave of pain to his shoulder. Again Larry backed away, his arm aching from the wounds. Quickly he reversed his direction and stepped back in. This time he used a kick, but the Domell sidestepped. The toe of Larry's boot caught his hip. Cursing, the Domell closed in. He punched a hand forward, claws extended. Larry stepped to one side and grabbed the hairy wrist. Using the giant's strength and weight to his own advantage, he propelled the monster across the room, slamming him up against the bar. Then he leaped forward to smash in the Domell's ribcage with his heavy boots. He was not quick enough. The giant rolled aside and sprang to his feet. Snarling viciously, he advanced toward the Earthman. One hand came down in a hard, chopping blow. Larry managed to fend it off, but the Domell's other hand slugged into the pit of his stomach. Weak with pain, Larry staggered back. He aimed a kick at the alien's shin, and it connected hard. Taking advantage of his opportunity, Larry stepped in. His heel came down on the Domell's toes at the same time that his fist slammed into the bristly jaw. The giant reeled backwards, his taloned hands slashing through the air. He regained his balance and came forward again, But this time Larry was ready for him. The Donnellian stepped square into a blow to the stomach. Oddly enough, it didn't seem to bother him much. Then Larry remembered that the Donnellian nervous system wasn't much like an Earthman's. The nerves just weren't in the same places. But where were they? Again, he cursed Blackmer. The manager hadn't told him anything about Donnellians. He let him sign for the fight with Fornax Kedron, even though it would be sheer murder. Well, Larry thought somberly, I'll learn tonight, if I ever get out of this bar alive. He took a deep breath and glanced at the giant, who had recovered from Larry's onslaught. The Donnellian stepped in with a fast 1-2, a rake across the face with his left, and a smash to the heart with his right. The claws to his face alerted Larry for the blow to the heart. He stepped back just enough to avoid being really hurt, but the Donnellian's talons had raked his forehead, cutting in deeply. Blood was pouring down over his eyes. He took a quick look around the bar. The customers were gathered in a ring and were watching the contest wide-eyed, as if they were in 50-credit ringside seats. The Donnellian still looked relatively unscratched, while Larry knew he looked as though he'd rolled over a barbed wire fence. But in spite of the blood, Larry had finally gotten the measure of his opponent. The 8-foot giant weighed close to 500 pounds. His mass was too great for him to be able to handle his body rapidly, no matter how fast his reflexes were. Larry moved in again. He planted a hard right directly in the giant's throat. There had to be nerves there. The Donnellian gagged and dropped his head. Larry smiled and slammed his fist into the giant's ribcage, doubling him up even more. He could almost hear the crowd cheering now as he moved in for the kill. He sucked in his breath and lifted one foot from the floor. His right fist came up from his knees, gaining speed as it rose. Like a hammer, it crashed into the hairy jaw of the Donnellian, and Larry could feel bones splintering against his knuckles. Like an oak with rotten roots, the great Donnellian toppled to the floor. He landed with a crash that seemed to shake the building. Larry stood over the fallen giant for a moment, catching his breath, wondering when the referee was going to start to count. Then he realized there wasn't going to be any count. There wasn't any referee. His arms were quivering, and his face was dripping with blood. He turned away, mopping his face clean, and started to pick up his unfinished beer when the wailing of sirens echoed through the bar. Police! Someone had called the Donnellian police. The Arcturian Spider-Man sidled up to him.
Well done, Earthman, he said in his whispering voice. Come with me, I have a car outside.
Without another word, the Arcturian scuttled toward the door. Larry paused for a fraction of a second before making up his mind. As well trust the Arcturian as anyone. If the police caught him, his life wouldn't be worth a counterfeit credit. No one tried to stop him as he ran out the door. The Arcturian's car was waiting just outside. Larry climbed in, and the Spider-Man slammed one of his many feet down on the accelerator. The car shot off into the night, its turbo-electric engine humming smoothly.
Well, Earthman,
said the grating, whispering voice.
You made hash out of the Donnellian. Frankly, I was surprised.
So was I, Larry said. I don't know why I'm bothering to run away. All you have to do is pick me up in my hotel. The Arcturian chuckled dryly.
No, I don't think anyone recognized you. Don't forget that all Earthmen look alike to other beings. The only reason I knew who you were is that I'm a fan of yours. I was glad to see you beat that Donnellian, believe me.
Thanks, Larry said. But it's not going to do me any good when I get into the ring against Fornax Kedron. If an ordinary Donnellian citizen puts up a fight like that, what am I going to do against a professional boxer? The Arcturian laughed again.
Just get in there and fight, Fillmore. You can handle him, I'm sure you can.
A car pulled up before the hotel where Larry and his manager were staying, and Larry got out. The Arcturian waved to him and drove off. Wearily, Larry dragged himself inside and into the elevator. 17, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Fillmore,
said the Donnellian elevator boy. He pushed open the door to his room and dropped on the bed, dead tired. He didn't dare look in the mirror. He was afraid to see what a mess the Donnellian had made out of his face, which hadn't been any too neat before. Blackmer, he called. There was no answer. The manager was not around. Larry got up, looked bleary-eyed into the other room, and seeing no one, dropped off into a deep sleep. His last thought before he blacked out was that he'd get into the ring and do his best. He'd already beaten one Donnellian. How tough could Fornax Kedron be? And what did it matter anyway? He was bound to get killed sooner or later anyway. That was the unspoken assumption every fighter operated under. When he awoke the following morning, he didn't feel quite so certain about things. The brawl the night before had taken a terrific toll on his nervous system, and he knew that he'd be butchered if he stepped into the ring with a Donnellian champ. He was in no condition to fight. "Blackmer, you're here." The manager's bed had been slept in, but there was no sign of him. Larry groped for the house phone, grabbed it, broke into it. "Do you know where Mr. Blackmer is?"
"He's in the bar, sir,"
said the switchboard boy.
"Do you want me to call him for you?"
"Yes, please." A moment later, Larry heard the manager's harsh voice.
"Blackmer, eh? Who's calling?"
"This is Larry. I'm ready for that fight, Blackmer," he said, hoping he'd have the strength to go through with it. "And after I get through with the Donnellian, I'm going to knock your teeth in. This is my last fight for you."
"Now, Larry,"
Blackmer said.
"don't be hasty.
Shut up, we're quits. I may get killed in that ring, but I'll fight just this once and—"
"What, haven't you heard? The fight's off."
Larry blinked in astonishment. How would I have heard?
"I thought the news was all over, so I didn't bother to wake you. Fornax Kedron is in the hospital. He got his jaw broken in a bar brawl last night. Nobody knows who did it, but I've got another bout lined up and don't rank 6 with..."
"Skip it," Larry said. "I'll discuss it with you some other time." Larry slowly dropped the receiver back on the hook. He grinned, and then he began to laugh. End of story 3. Story 4 of Battles for the Stars. In Space! Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 3. The Hour of Battle, by Robert Sheckley. "That hand didn't move, did it?" Edwardson asked, standing at the port, looking at the stars. "No," Morse said. He had been staring fixedly at the Addison detector for over an hour. Now he blinked 3 times rapidly, and looked again. "Not a millimeter." "I don't think it moved either," Castle added, from behind the gunfire panel. And that was that. The slender black hand of the indicator rested unwaveringly on 0. The ship's guns were ready, their black mouths open to the stars. A steady hum filled the room. It came from the Addison detector, and the sound was reassuring. It reinforced the fact that the detector was attached to all the other detectors, forming a gigantic network around Earth. "Why in the hell don't they come?" Edwardson asked, still looking at the stars. "Why don't they hit?" Shut up," Morse said. He had a tired, glum look. High on his right temple was an old radiation burn, a sunburst of pink scar tissue. From a distance, it looked like a decoration. "I just wish they'd come," Edwardson said. He returned from the port to his chair, bending to clear the low metal ceiling. "Don't you wish they'd come?" Edwardson had the narrow, timid face of a mouse, but a highly intelligent mouse, one that cats did well to avoid. "Don't you?" he repeated. The other men didn't answer. They had settled back to their dreams, staring hypnotically at the detector face. "They've had enough time," Edwardson said, half to himself. Castle yawned and licked his lips. "Anyone want to play some gin?" he asked, stroking his beard. The beard was a memento of his undergraduate days. Castle maintained he could store almost 15 minutes' worth of oxygen in its follicles. He had never stepped into space unhelmeted to prove it. Morse looked away, and Edwardson automatically watched the indicator. This routine had been drilled into them, branded into their subconscious. They would as soon have cut their throats as leave the indicator unguarded. "Do you think they'll come soon?" Edwardson asked, his brown rodent's eyes on the indicator. The men didn't answer him. After 2 months together in space, their conversational powers were exhausted. They weren't interested in Castle's undergraduate days, or in Morse's conquests. They were bored to death, even with their own thoughts and dreams, bored with the attack they expected momentarily. "Just one thing I'd like to know," Edwardson said, slipping with ease into an old conversational gambit. "How far can they do it?" They had talked for weeks about the enemy's telepathic range, but they always returned to it. As professional soldiers, they couldn't help but speculate on the enemy and his weapons. It was their shop talk. "Well," Morse said wearily, "our detector network covers the system out beyond Mars's orbit." "Where we sit," Castle said, watching the indicators now that the others were talking. "They might not even know we have a detection unit working," Morse said, as he had said 1,000 times. "Oh, stop," Edwardson said. His thin face twisted in scorn. "They're telepathic. They must have read every bit of stuff in Everset's mind." "Everset didn't know we had a detection unit," Morse said, his eyes returning to the dial. "It was captured before we had it." "Look," Edwardson said. They ask him, "Boy, what would you do if you knew a telepathic race was coming to take over Earth? How would you guard the planet?" "Idle speculation," Caswell said. "Maybe Everset didn't think of this." "He thinks like a man, doesn't he? Everyone agreed on this defense. Everset would, too." "Syllogistic," Caswell murmured. "Very shaky." "I sure wish he hadn't been captured," Edwardson said. "It could have been worse," Morse put in, his face sadder than ever. "What if they'd captured both of them?" "I wish they'd come," Edwardson said. Richard Everset and C.R. Jones had gone on the first interstellar flight. They had found an inhabited planet in the region of Vega. The rest was standard procedure. The flip of the coin had decided it. Everset went down in the scouter, maintaining radio contact with Jones in the ship. The recording of that contact was preserved for all Earth to hear. "Just met the natives," Everset said. "Funny-looking bunch. Give you the physical description later." "Are they trying to talk to you?" Jones asked, guiding the ship in a slow spiral over the planet. "No. Hold it. Well, I'm damned. They're telepathic. How do you like that?" "Great," Jones said. "Go on." "Hold it. See, Jonesy, I don't know as I like these boys. They haven't got nice minds. Brother." "What is it?" Jones asked, lifting the ship a little higher. "Minds. These bastards are power crazy. Seems they'll hit all the systems around here, looking for someone to—" "Yeah? I got that a bit wrong," Everset said pleasantly. "They're not so bad." Jones had a quick mind, a suspicious nature, and good reflexes. He set the accelerator for all the G's he could take, lay down on the floor, and said, "Tell me more." "Come on down," Everset said, in violation of every law of spaceflight. "These guys are all right. As a matter of fact, they're the most marvelous—" That was where the recording ended, because Jones was pinned to the floor by 20 G's acceleration as he boosted the ship to the level needed for the sea jump. He broke 3 ribs getting home, but he got there. A telepathic species was on the march. What was Earth going to do about it? A lot of speculation necessarily clothed the bare bones of Jones's information. Evidently, the species could take over a mind with ease. With Everset, it seemed that they had insinuated their thoughts into his, delicately altering his previous convictions. They had possessed him. Remarkable ease. How about Jones? Why hadn't they taken him? Was distance a factor? Or hadn't they been prepared for the suddenness of his departure? One thing was certain. Everything Everset knew, the enemy knew. That meant they knew where Earth was, and how defenseless the planet was to their form of attack. It could be expected that they were on their way. Something was needed to nullify their tremendous advantage. But what sort of something? What armor is there against thought? How do you dodge a wavelength? Pouch-eyed scientists gravely consulted their periodic tables. And how do you know when a man has been possessed? Although the enemy was clumsy with Everset, would they continue to be clumsy? Wouldn't they learn? Psychologists tore their hair and bewailed the absence of an absolute scale for humanity. Of course, something had to be done at once. The answer, from a technological planet, was a technological one. Build a space fleet and equip it with some sort of a detection fire network. That was done in record time. The Attison detector was developed, the cross between radar and the electroencephalograph. Any alteration from the typical human brain wave pattern of the occupants of a detector-equipped ship would boost the indicator around the dial. Even a bad dream or a case of indigestion would jar it. It seemed probable that any attempt to take over a human mind would disturb something. There had to be a point of interaction, somewhere. That was what the Attison detector was supposed to detect. Maybe it would. The spaceships, 3 men to a ship, dotted space between Earth and Mars, forming a gigantic sphere with Earth in the center. Tens of thousands of men crouched behind gunfire panels, watching the dials on the Attison detector. The unmoving dials. "Do you think I could fire a couple of bursts?" Edwardson asked, his fingers on the gunfire button. "Just to limber the guns." "Those guys don't need limbering," Castle said, stroking his beard. "Besides, you throw the whole fleet into a panic." "Castle," Morse said very quietly, "get your hand off your beard." "Why should I?" Castle asked. Because, Moss answered, almost in a whisper, I am about to ram it right down your fat throat. Castle grinned and tightened his fists. Pleasure, he said. I'm tired of looking at that scar of yours. He stood up. Cut it, Edwardson said wearily. Watch the birdie. No reason to, really, Moss said, leaning back. There's an alarm bell attached. But he looked at the dial. What if the bell doesn't work? Edwardson asked. What if the dial is jammed? How would you like something cold slithering into your mind? The dial will work, Castle said. His eyes shifted from Edwardson's face to the motionless indicator. I think I'll sack in, Edwardson said. Stick around, Castle said. Play you some gin. All right. Edwardson found and shuffled the greasy cards, while Morse took a turn glaring at the dial. I sure wish they'd come, he said. Cut, Edwardson said, handing the pack to Castle. I wonder what our friends look like, Morse said, watching the dial. Probably remarkably like us, Edwardson said, dealing the cards. Castle picked them up one by one, slowly, as if he hoped something interesting would be under them. They should have given us another man, Castle said. We could play bridge. I don't play bridge, Edwardson said. You could learn. Why don't we send a task force? Morse asked. Why didn't we bomb their planet? Don't be dumb, Edwardson said. We'd lose any ship we sent. Probably get them back at us, possessed and firing. Knock with 9, Castle said. I don't give a good damn if you knock with 1,000, Edwardson said gaily. How much do I owe you now? $3,580,010. I sure wish they'd come, Morse said. Want me to write a check? Take your time. Take until next week. Someone should reason with the bastards, Morse said, looking at the port. Castle immediately looked at the dial. I just thought of something, Edwardson said. Yeah? I bet it feels horrible to have your mind grabbed, Edwardson said. I bet it's awful. You'll know when it happens, Castle said. Did Everset? Probably. You just couldn't do anything about it. My mind feels fine, Castle said. But the first one of you guys starts acting queer, watch out. They all laughed. Well, Edwardson said, I'd sure like a chance to reason with him. This is stupid. Why not? Castle asked. You mean go out and meet them? Sure, Castle said. We're doing no good sitting here. I should think we could do something, Edwardson said slowly. After all, they're not invincible. They're reasoning beings. Morse punched a course in the ship's tape and looked up. You think we should contact the command? Tell them what we're doing? No, Castle said, and Edwardson nodded in agreement. Red tape. We'll just go out and see what we can do. If they won't talk, we'll blast them out of space. Look. Out of the port, they could see the red flare of a reaction engine, the next ship in their sector speeding forward. They must have got the same idea, Edwardson said. Let's get there first, Castle said. Morse shoved the accelerator in, and they were thrown back in their seats. That dial hasn't moved yet, has it? Edwardson asked, over the clamour of the detector alarm bell. Not a move out of it, Castle said, looking at the dial, with its indicator slammed all the way over to the highest notch. End of story 4. Story 5 of Battles for the Stars. In Space. I'd read Short Sci-Fi, Volume 3. Defense Mech by Ray Bradbury.
Oh, my God! Do you realize how far from Earth we are? Do you really think about it? It's enough to scare the guts from a man. Hold me up. Do something. Give me sedatives. I'll hold my hand or run call Mama. 1,000,000 cold miles up. See all the flickering stars. Look at my hands tremble. Feel my heart whirling like a hot pinwheel. The captain comes toward me, a stunned expression on his small, tight face. He takes my arm, looking into my eyes. Hello, Captain. I'm sick, if that's what you want to know. I have a right to be scared. Just look at all that space. Standing here a moment ago, I stared down at Earth, so round and cloud-covered and asleep on a mat of stars, and my brain tore loose and screamed, Man, how'd you get in a mess like this, in a rocket 1,000,000 miles past the moon, shooting for Mars, with a crew of 14 others? I can hardly stand up. My knees, my hands, my heart is shaking apart. Hold me up, sir. What are hysterics like? The captain unpungs the interdeck audio and speaks swiftly, scowling into it. I hope he's phoning the psychiatrist. I need something up. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The psychiatrist descends the ladder in immaculate salt-white uniform and walks toward me in a dream. Hello, doctor. You're the one for me. Please, sir, turn this damn rocket around and fly back to New York. I'll go crazy with all this space and distance. The psychiatrist and the captain's voices murmur and blend with here and there an emphasis, a toss of head, a gesture.
Young Holloway, he is on a fair jag, doctor. Can you help him?
I'll try. Good man, Holloway is. Imagine we'll need him and his muscles when we land.
With a crew as small as it is, every man's worth his weight in uranium. He's got to be cured.
The psychiatrist shakes his head. Might have to squirt him full of drugs to keep him quiet the rest of the expedition. The captain explodes, saying that is impossible. Blood drums in my head. The doctor moves closer, smelling clean, sharp, and white. Please understand, Captain, this man is definitely psychotic about going home. His talk is almost a reversion to childhood. I can't refuse his demands, and his fear seems too deeply based for reasoning. However, I think I have an idea. Holloway? Yes, sir. Help me, doctor. I want to go home. I want to see popcorn exploding into a buttered avalanche inside a glass cube. I want to roller skate. I want to climb into the old, cool, wet ice wagon and go chick on the ice with a sharp pick. I want to take long, sweating hikes in the country, see big brick buildings and bright-faced people fight the old gang, anything but this awful. The psychiatrist rubs his chin. All right, son. You can go back to Earth now, tonight. Again, the captain explodes.
You can't tell him that. We're landing on Mars today.
The psychiatrist pats down the captain patiently. Please, Captain. Well, Holloway, back to New York for you. How does it sound? I'm not so scared now. We're going down on the moving ladder, and here is the psychiatrist's cubicle. He's pouring lights into my eyes. They revolve like stars in a disk. Lots of strange machines around, attachments to my head, my ears, sleepy, oh so sleepy, like under warm water, being pushed around, laved, washed, quiet, oh gosh, sleepy. Listen to me, Holloway. Sleepy doctor's talking, very soft, like feathers, soft, soft. You're going to land on Earth. No matter what they tell you, you're landing on Earth. No matter what happens, you'll be on Earth. Everything you see and do will be like on Earth. Remember that. Remember that. You won't be afraid, because you'll be on Earth. Remember that. Over and over. You'll land on Earth in an hour. Home. Home again. No matter what anyone says. Oh, yes, sir. Home again. Sleepy. Home again, drifting, sleeping. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you from the bottom of my drowsy, sleepy soul. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sleepy, drifting. I'm awake. Hey, everybody come look. Here comes Earth. Right at us, like a giant, like a green moss ball off a bat, coming at us in a curve.
Check stations, Mars landing. Get into Bulger's tossed atmosphere.
Get into your what, did he say? Your baseball uniform, Holloway. Your baseball uniform. Yes, sir, my baseball uniform, where I put it. Over here, head in, 2 legs and 2 feet into there. Oh, this is great. Picture in here, oh boy, smack, yow. Yes, sir, it's over in that metal locker. I'll take it out. Head, arms, legs into it. I'm dressed. Baseball uniform. Ha, this is great. Picture in here, oh boy, smack, yow.
Adjust Bulger helmets, check oxygen.
What? Put on your catcher's mask, Holloway. Oh, the mask slides down over my face, like that. The captain comes rushing up, eyes hot, green, and angry.
Doctor, what's this infernal nonsense?
You wanted Holloway able to do his work, didn't you, Captain?
Yes, but what in the hell have you done to him?
Strange. As they talk, I hear their words flow over my head, like a wave dashed on a sea stone, but the words drain off, leaving no imprint. As soon as some words invade my head, something eats and digests them, and I think the words are something else entirely. The psychiatrist nods at me. I couldn't change his basic desire. Given time, yes, a period of months I could have, but you need him now. So against all the known ethics of my profession, which say one must never lie to a patient, I followed along in his own thought channel. I didn't dare frustrate him. He wanted to go home, so I let him. I've given him a fantasy. I've set up a protective defense mechanism in his mind that refuses to believe certain realities, that evaluates all things from its own desire for security and home. His mind will automatically block any thought or image that endangers that security. The captain stares wildly.
Then Holloway's insane.
Would you have him mad with fear or able to work on Mars, hindered by only a slight tetched condition? Coddle him and he'll do fine. Just remember we're landing on Earth, not Mars.
Earth, Mars, you'll have me raving next.
The doctor and the captain certainly talk weirdly. Who cares? Here comes Earth, green, expanding like a moist cabbage underfoot.
Mars landing, airlock opening. Use Bulger oxygen.
Here we go, gang. Last one out is a pink chimpanzee.
Holloway, come back, you damn fool. You'll kill yourself.
Feel the good sweet Earth home again. Praise the Lord. Let's dance, sing off key, laugh. Ha, oh boy.
Holloway, come back. Look behind you fool. I whirl about and cry happily, Shep, Shep, old dog. He comes running to meet me. Long fur shining amber in the sunshine, barking. Shep, I haven't seen you in years, good old pooch. Come here, Shep. Let me pet you, the captain shrieks. Don't pet it! It looks like a carnivorous Martian worm. Man, the jaws on that thing. Holloway, use your knife. Shep snarls and shows his teeth. Shep, what's wrong? That's no way to greet me. Come on, Shep. I pull back my fingers as his swift jaws snap. Shep circles me swiftly. You haven't rabies, have you, Shep? He darts in, snatches my ankle with strong, locking white teeth. Lord, Shep, you're crazy. I can't let this go on. And he used to be such a fine, beautiful dog. Remember all the hikes we took into the lazy corn country by the red barns and deep wells? Shep clenches tight my ankle. I'll give him one more chance. Shep, let go. Where did this long knife come from in my hand, like magic? Sorry to do this, Shep, but there. Shep screams, thrashing screams again. My arm pumps up and down. My gloves are freckled with blood flakes. Don't scream, Shep. I said I was sorry, didn't I? Get out there, you men, and bury that beast immediately. I glare at the captain. Don't talk that way about Shep. The captain stares at my ankle. Sorry, Holloway, I meant bury that dog, you men. Give him full honours, you a lucky son. Another second and then those nice teeth had bored through you like ankle cuff metal. I don't know what he means. I'm wearing sneakers, sir. Oh, yeah, so you are. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Holloway. I know how you must feel about Shep. He was a fine dog. I think about it a moment, and my eyes fill up. Wet. There'll be a picnic and a hike, the captain says. 3 hours now the boys have carried luggage from the metal house. The way they'll talk, this'll be some picnic. Some seem afraid, but who worries about copperheads and water moccasins and crawfish? Not me, no sir, not me. Gus Bart's sweating beside me on some apparatus, squints at me. What's eating you, Holloway? I smile. Me? Nothing. Why? You will not act with that Martian worm. What are you talking about? What worm? Captain interrupts nervously. Bart's lay off Holloway. The doctor will explain. Ask him. Bart's goes away, scratching his head. The captain pats my shoulder. You're a strong-arm man, Holloway. You've got muscles from working on the rocket engine, so keep alert today, eh? On your hike to look over the territory, keep your BB gun ready. Beavers, do you think, sir? The captain swallows hard and blinks. Beavers, yeah, beavers. Sure, beavers, maybe. Mountain lions and Indians, too, I hear. Never can tell. Be careful. Mountain lions and Indians in New York in this day and age. Oh, sir. Let it go. Keep alert, anyhow. Smoke? I don't smoke, sir. A strong mind and a healthy body. You know the old rule. The old rule. Oh, yes, the old rule. Only joking. I don't want to smoke anyway. Like hell. What was that last, sir? Nothing, Holloway. Carry on, carry on. I help the others work now. Are we taking the yellow streetcar to the edge of town, Gus? We're using propulsion belts, skimming low over the Dead Sea. How's that again, Gus? I said we're taking a yellow streetcar to the end of the line, yeah. We're ready. Everyone's packed, spreading out. We're going in groups of 4, down Main Street past the pie factory, over the bridge, through the tunnel, past the circus grounds, and we'll rendezvous, says the captain, at a place he points to in a queer, disjointed map. Whoosh, we're off. I forgot to pay my fare. That's okay, I paid it. Thanks, Captain. We're really travelling. The cypresses and the maples flash by. Kawoom! I wouldn't admit this to anyone but you, sir, but momentarily there, I didn't see this streetcar. Suddenly we moved in empty space, nothing supporting us, and I didn't see any car, but now I see it, sir. The captain gazes at me, as at a 9-day miracle. You do, eh? Yes, sir. I clutch upward. Here's the strap. I'm holding it. You look pretty funny sliding through the air with your hand up like that, Holloway. How's that, sir? Ha ha ha. Why are the others laughing at me, sir? Nothing, son, nothing. Just happy, that's all. Ding, 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 ding. Canal Street in Washington. Ding, ding. Whoosh. This is real travelling. Funny, though, the captain and his men keep moving, changing seats, never stay seated. It's a long streetcar. I'm way back now. They're up front. By the large brown house on the next corner stands a popcorn wagon, yellow and red and blue. I can taste the popcorn in my mind. It's been a long time since I've eaten some. If I ask the captain's permission to stop and buy a bag, he'll refuse. I'll just sneak off the car at the next stop. I can get back on the next car and catch up with the gang later. How do you stop this car? My fingers fumble with my baseball outfit, doing something I don't want to know about. The car is stopping. Why is that? Popcorn is more important. I'm off the car, walking. Here's a popcorn machine with a man behind it, fussing with little silver metal knobs. Brr, lock, car is. Tony Bambino, what are you doing here? Click. It can be, but it is. Tony, who died 10 long years ago, when I was a freckled kid, alive and selling popcorn again. Oh, Tony, it's good to see you. His black mustache is so waxed, so shining. His dark hair like burnt, oily shavings. His dark, shining, happy eyes. His smiling red cheeks. He shimmers in my eyes like in a cold rain.
Tony, let me shake your hand. Give me a bag of popcorn, senor.
Click, 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 spurt, click.
The captain didn't see you, Tony. You were hidden so well, only I saw you. Just a moment while I searched for my nickel. Phew, I'm dizzy. It's very hot. My head spins like a leaf on a storm wind. Let me hold on to your wagon, Tony, quick. I'm shivering and I've got sharp needle head pains. I'm running a temperature. I feel as if I have a torch flaming in my head. Arthur, pardon me for criticizing you, Tony, but I think it's your popper turned up too high. Your face looks afraid, contorted, and your hands move so rapidly. Why? Can't you shut it off? I'm hot. Everything melts. My knees sag. Warmer still. You'd better turn that thing off. I can't take any more. I can't find my nickel anyhow. Please snap it off, Tony. I'm sick. My uniform glows orange. I'll take fire. Here, I'll turn it off for you, Tony. You hit me. Stop hitting me. Stop clicking those knobs. It's hot, I tell you. Stop. Well, Tony, where are you? Gone. Where did that purple flame shoot from? That loud blast. What was it? The flame seemed to stream from my hand out of my scout flashlight. Purple flame eating. I smell a sharp, bitter odor, like hamburger fried over long. I feel better now, cool as winter, but like a fly buzzing in my ears, a voice comes faint far off.
Holloway, damn it, Holloway, where are you?
Captain, it's his voice sizzling. I don't see you, sir.
Holloway, we're in the Dead Sea bottom near an ancient Martian city, and oh, never mind, damn it. If you hear me, press your Boy Scout badge and yell.
I press the badge intensely, sweating. Hey, Captain.
Holloway, Glory, you're not dead. Where are you?
I stopped for popcorn, sir. I can't see you. How did I hear you?
It's an echo. Let it go. If you're okay, grab the next streetcar.
It's very opportune, because here comes a big red streetcar now around the corner of the drugstore. What? Yes, sir, and it's chock full of people. I'll climb aboard.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Murder. What kind of people, damn it?
It's the West Side Gang, sure. The whole bunch of tough kids.
West Side Gang? Hell, those are Martians. Get the hell out of there. Transfer to another car. Take the subway. Take the elevated.
Too late. The car stopped. I'll have to get on. The conductor looks impatient.
Impatient? He says. You'll be massacred.
Uh-oh. Everybody's climbing from the streetcar, looking angry at me. Kelly and Grogan and Tompkins and the others. I guess there'll be a fight. The captain's voice stabs my ear, but I don't see him anywhere.
Use your argon, your blaster. Hell, use your slingshot or throw spitballs or whatever the devil you imagine you got holstered there, but use it. Come on, man, about face and back.
I'm outnumbered. I bet they'll gum in, give me the bumps. I bet they'll truss me to a maple tree, and tickle me. I bet they'll ink tattoo the initials on my forehead. Mother won't like this.
The captain's voice opens up louder, driving nearer. And Papa ain't happy. Get out of there, Holloway.
They're hitting me, sir. We're battling.
Keep it up, Holloway. I knocked one down, sir, with an uppercut. I'm knocking another one down now. Here goes a third. Someone's grabbed my ankle. I'll kick him.
There. I'm stumbling, falling. Lights in my eyes. Purple ones. Big purple lightning bolts sizzling in the air. 3 of them vanished. Just like that. I think they fell down a manhole. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt them bad.
They stole my flashlight. Get it back, Holloway. We're coming. Get your flash and use it. That's silly. Silly, he says. Silly.
I got my flashlight back. Broken. No good. We're wrestling. There's so many of them. I'm weak. They're climbing all over me, hitting. It's not fair. I'm falling down, kicking, screaming.
Up speed, men. Full power.
They're binding me up. I can't move. They're rushing me into the streetcar now. Now I won't be able to go on that hike. And I can't. It's so hard, too.
Here we are, Holloway. Blast 'em, men. Oh, my Lord. Look at the horrible faces of those creatures. Gah!
Watch out, Captain. They'll get you, too, and the others. Ah, someone struck me in the back of my head. Darkness, dark. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop, when the wind blows.
Okay, Holloway, any time, just any old time you want to come in.
Dark, a voice talking, dark as the wells inside. Ouch, my head. I'm flat on my back. I can feel rocks under me.
Good morning, dear Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Captain, over in that dark corner.
It ain't the President of the United States.
Where is this cave?
Suppose you tell me. You got us into this mess with your eternally blasted popcorn. Why'd you get off the streetcar?
Did the West Side Gang truss us up again like this, Captain?
West Side Gang? Ah, those faces, those inhuman, weird, unsavory, and horrible faces, all loose-fleshed and gangrenous. Aliens, the whole rotting clutch of them.
What a funny way to talk.
Listen, you parboiled idiot. In about an hour, we're going to be fried, gutted, iced, killed, slaughtered, murdered. We will be, ipso facto, dead. Your friends are whipping up a little blood-letting jamboree. Can't I shove it through your thick skull? We're on Mars, about to be sliced and hammered by a lousy bunch of Martians.
Captain, sir?
Yes, Berman.
Cave door is opening, sir. I think the Martians are ready to have at us again, sir. Some sort of test or other, no doubt.
Let go of me, you one-eyed monster. I'm coming, don't push.
We're outside the cave. They're cutting our bonds. See, Captain, they aren't hurting us after all. Here's the brick alley. There's Mrs. Haight's underwear waving on the clothesline. See all the people from the beer hall. What are they waiting for?
To see us die.
Captain, what's wrong with Holloway? He's acting queer.
At least he's better off than us. He can't see these creatures' faces and bodies. It's enough to turn a man's stomach. This must be their amphitheater. That looks like an obstacle course. I gather from their sign lingo that if we can make it through the obstacles, we're free. Footnote: nobody's ever gotten through alive yet. Seems I want you to go first, Berman. Good luck, boy.
So long, Captain, so long, Gus, so long, Holloway. Berman's running down alley with an easy, long-muscled stride. I hear him yelling high and clear even though he's getting far away. Here comes an automobile. Berman! Ah, it hit me, he's fallen. Berman, get up, get up. Stay here, Holloway, it's not your turn yet. My turn? What do you mean? Someone's got to have Berman. Holloway, come back. Oh man, I don't want to see this. Lift up my legs, put them down, breathe out, breathe in, swing arms, swing legs, chew my tongue, blink my eyes. Berman, here I come. Gee, things are crazy funny. Here comes an ice wagon trundling along. It's coming right at me. I can't see to get around it. It's coming so fast. I'll jump inside it. Jump, jump, cool, ice pick, chick, chick, chick. I hear the captain screaming off 1,000,000 hot miles gone, chick, 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 around the ice perimeter. The ice wagon is thundering, rioting, jouncing, shaking, rolling on big rusty iron wheels, smelling of sour ammonia, bouncing on a corduroy dirt and black alley road. The rear end of it seems to be snapping shut with many ice prongs. I feel intense pain in my left leg. Chick, 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 chick. Piece of ice, cold, square, cold cube. A shuddering and convulsing, a temblor. The wagon wheels stop rolling. I jump down and run away from the wrecked wagon. Did the wagon roll over? Berman, I hope not. A fence here. I'll jump over it. Another popcorn machine, very warm, very hot. Oh, flame and red fire and burning metal knobs. Oops, I didn't mean to strike the popcorn man down. Hello, Berman. What are you doing in my arms? How'd you get here? Did I pick you up? And why? An obstacle race at the high school? You're heavy. Dogs nipping at my heels. How far am I supposed to carry you? I hear the captain screaming me on. For why? For why? Here comes the big bad truant officer with a club in his hand to take me back to school. He looks mean and broad. I kicked the truant officer's shins and kicked him in the face. Mama won't like that. Yes, Mummy, no, Mummy, that's unfair. That's not ethical fighting. Something went squish. Let's forget about it, shall we? Breathing hard. Here comes the gang after me, all the rough, bustly Irishmen, the scarred Norwegians and stubborn Italians. Hit, kick, wrestle. Here comes a swift car. Fast, fast. I hope I can duck with you, Berman. Here comes another car from the opposite way. If I work things right. Oh, stop screaming, Berman. The cars crashed into each other. The cars still roll, tumbling like two animals tearing at each other's throats. Not far to go now, Berman, to the end of the alley. Just ahead. I'll sleep for 40 years when this is over. But I get this flashlight in my hand. From one of those guys I knocked down from the popcorn man. Oh, poke it in front of me. People run away. Maybe they don't like it to light. No, it's the end of the alley. There's the Green Valley and my house. And there's Mum and Pop waiting. Hey, let's sing, let's dance. We're going home. Holloway, you so-and-so. You did it. Dark. Sleep. Wake up slow. Listen. And Holloway ran down that amphitheater nonchalant as a high school kid jumping hurdles. A big saffron Martian beast with a mouth so damn big it looked like the rear end of a delivery truck. Lunged forward square at Holloway.
What did Holloway do?
Holloway jumped right inside the monster's mouth. Right inside.
What happened then?
The animal looked downfounded. It tried to spit out. Then, to top it all, what did Holloway do? I ask you, what did he do? He drew forth his Boy Scout blade and went chick, chick, chick all around the bloody interior, pretending like he's hauled up in an ice wagon, chipping himself off pieces of ice.
No.
On my honor. The monster, after taking a bit of this chick, chick, chick business, leaped around, cavorting, floundering, rocking, tossing, and then with a spout of blood, out popped Holloway, grinning like a kid, and on he ran, dodging spears and pretending they were pebbles, leaping a line of crouched warriors and saying they were picket fence. Then he lifted Berman and trotted with him until he met a 300-pound Martian wrestler. Holloway supposed that it was the truant officer and promptly kicked him in the face. Then he knocked down another guy working furiously at the buttons of a paralysis machine, which looked, to Holloway, like a popcorn wagon, after which 2 gigantic black Martian leopards attacked, resembling to him nothing more than 2 very bad drivers in dark automobiles. Holloway sidestepped, the 2 cars crashed and tore each other apart, fighting. Holloway pumped on, shooting people with his flashlight, which he retrieved from the popcorn man, pointing the flash at people. He was amazed when they vanished, and Holloway's waking up. I saw his eyelids flicker. Quiet, everyone. Holloway, you awake?
Yeah, I've been listening to you talk for 5 minutes. I still don't understand. Nothing happened at all. How long have I been asleep?
2 days. Nothing happened, eh? Nothing except you got the Martians kowtowing, that's all, brother. Your spectacular performance impressed people. The enemy suddenly decided that if one Earthman could do what you did, what would happen if 1,000,000 more came? Everyone keeps on with this joking, this lying about Mars. Stop it. Where am I? Aboard the rocket, about to take off.
Leave Earth? No, I don't want to leave Earth. Good green Earth. Let go, I'm afraid. Let go of me. Stop the ship.
Holloway, this is Mars. We're going back to Earth.
Liars! All of you. I don't want to go to Mars. I want to stay here on Earth.
Holy cow, here we go again. Hold him down, Gus. Hey, Doctor on the double. Come help Holloway change his mind back, will you?
Liars! You can't do this. Liars! Liars!
End of story 5. Story 6 of Battle for the Stars. In Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 3. The Invisible Enemy by Arnold Castle. It was the day. The automobile, with its 3 passengers, moved slowly along the quiet morning street. There was no need for hurry. The boy's father was soberly recalling his own war experiences, wondering how similar Tom's would be. The mother was remembering vividly fragments of films, of facsimile reports, of forgotten conversations, envisioning her son, cringing pathetically in a shallow foxhole as the penultimate weapon burst into grisly glory in the dark dawn sky. Tom's own thoughts were tense, but he managed to conceal his nervousness from his parents. "We're here, son," his father announced calmly, pulling the car up to the curb.
"Dear, can't we drive around the block just once?"
his mother asked, her voice almost a whisper. "We're early."
"No, Mum,"
Tom said crisply. He opened the door and stepped out onto the sidewalk. "Want us to go in, son?"
"No thanks, Dad." "But we want to, Tom," his mother said. "Of course we'll go in."
"There's no need for you to. I'm already registered," he told her. He reached out to grip his father's hand.
"Tom,"
his mother protested. "Don't worry about me." He kissed her hurriedly and was relieved when his father drove away, without waiting for him to start up the steps. He knew that they would worry, and he turned abruptly, forcing his attention away. The day was bright, and a chill breeze swept in from the Pacific. Atop a distant hill, eucalyptus glimmered in the white sunlight. Inscribed over the portal of the modest building which he now faced were the words, "Department of Peace, that the age of violence may forever remain history." Bullets splattered into the mound in front of the foxhole, sending a dense spray of dust and gravel into the pit. Tom spit out the mouthful of dirt and cursed.
"They coming?"
the soldier next to him asked, waiting silently.
"No,"
Tom told him gloomily.
"but they know where we are. Maybe they'll try murder. Think they'll try murder?"
Tom shrugged. "Going back to sleep. I'm watching." The other was several years older than he, and a corporal, but not very bright. Still, it was better than being alone. The worst thing he could imagine was having to face the enemy, utterly alone. If only he could remember what the enemy looked like, it would not be so bad. He forgot so much. Sometimes it seemed like he'd been in combat just a few days, but other times it felt like he'd been up there forever, waiting, moving forward, moving backward, thinking that at last he was beginning to get the picture, but not sure, never sure of anything. If only he could recall something beside the immediate present, then maybe that situation would start to make a little sense. He knew why he was fighting, vaguely. It was to safeguard certain inalienable rights, which ones he could not exactly remember. The odd thing was that the enemy was fighting for the same goal. He sensed that intuitively. But who was the enemy? He thought he had known once, but that had been quite a while ago. What did they look like? He'd have to ask someone. An infrared flare blossomed some distance down the valley. Tom adjusted his binoculars and scanned the slope. Nothing. Remotely, the monotonous rumble of atomic artillery began pounding through the night. From far away echoed the transient whisper of a jet. Now his legs were beginning to get cramped. That happened every night, and he knew that no matter which way he bent them, the pain would continue to grow. However, there was always the consolation that toward morning they would become numb. He opened his one remaining ration can, tore back the layers of thermofoil insulation, and started devouring the warm lamb stew. The dull staccato of automatic fire commenced far down the valley. Somebody screamed. Tom contemplated his own flashless weapon, trying to recall what he had been taught about its principles of expulsion. That had been so far back, a year, 2. He didn't remember. It was time for the corporal to take over the watch, but Tom decided to give him another 10 minutes. Wearily, he raised the binoculars to his eyes, pushed the switch. The battery was about exhausted, and he replaced it. Overhead a flare was drifting downward, and he watched as it illuminated the murky battleground.
"Lad up,"
the platoon sergeant growled. The troops had been waiting for a quarter of an hour beside the road. Tom had long since learned the futility of speculation, but conversation was vital, and there had to be a topic. "Maybe they're trying to get trucks for us," he muttered to the soldier next to him.
"Maybe they're planning a picnic for us," the other suggested. "Trucks, picnics, you guys make everything too complicated," a third soldier remarked. "Every time something happens, you figure out a different reason for it. Not me. The way I see it, there's just one cause for everything they tell us to do or don't do, say or don't say, think or don't think, and it's discipline. Look at it that way, and you're always one ahead of them."
"I like the idea of a picnic," the other replied obstinately. "Only it's supposed to be a surprise, and that's why they don't tell us nothing." "Okay, you guys, strip those butts." Tom hoisted the straps of his pack onto his aching shoulders and fell into file behind the other two. The heel of his left boot was wearing badly, and he could sense the strain on his ankle. He tried placing his weight on the ball of his foot, but that made him limp. Then he had no time for concern with small discomforts, for the column was scattering at the distant whoosh of jets. Tom, however, got no farther than the ditch. The soldier who liked picnics had stumbled onto a discarded recoilless rifle shell 10 feet from the road. It exploded at the contact. Tom did not hear the jets roll past, for the pain that had burst in his leg was deafening. Momentarily he experienced a curious detached awareness of both the agony of the wound and the contortions into which he was throwing his body. Then he collapsed on the weed-matted gravel, unconscious. He woke to find 2 medical aid men seated beside him. The pain had lessened, and the wound was all but covered. He watched furtively as a corporal completed the job of daubing the gummy white substance from a freshly opened can of plastoderm into a raw gash below his right knee. He hoped none of the ligaments had been torn, since they would take a lot longer to revolve from the undifferentiated surrogate than would the rest of the tissues. Tentatively, he flexed his foot muscles. They seemed all right. "Just lean back, buddy. You're okay now," he was informed.
"How about the jets? We hit any of them?"
he asked. "Couldn't tell, but I don't think so. I got what they're after, though."
"Yeah, what was that?"
"Convoy trucks coming to pick us up. That's what I hear, anyway." Tom was silent for a while. Then he asked,
"I'm not going to have any trouble with that, am I?"
"No, but take it easy for the next couple of days. I'll put a bandage on it, but it takes time for that stuff to gel." He went to work on the bandage, while his companion started packing up the apparatus. 5 minutes later, they had gone. Tom lay thinking. None of his questions had yet been answered. He still could not think coherently about even the recent past, and nobody had been able to state clearly just whom they were fighting, though everyone agreed on the motives for the war. They were defending freedom against tyranny. It was as simple and as basic as that. However, it somehow left Tom unsatisfied.
"Well, what did I tell you?"
The soldier next to him remarked.
"Discipline. No trucks, no picnic. Just discipline. Say, how about a cigarette? I must have dropped mine in the scramble."
"Sure." Tom threw him a mashed half-empty pack.
"Hey, thanks."
He lit one, carefully buttoning the rest in a pocket of his fatigue jacket.
"Thanks a lot."
"Okay, you guys," came the hoarse command. "Strip them butts. We're moving."
"Discipline,"
the soldier muttered bitterly, crushing the cigarette into the gravel.
"Discipline."
The night was quiet. Too quiet. There were remote and occasional atomic artillery bursts, but no other noise. The 2 other members of the patrol were immediately ahead of Tom, but they progressed slowly and made little sound. Tom crept forward a single notch, looking up only when he had sunk again into the grass. On either side there was nothing but blackness. Once more he squirmed forward with his boots and forearms. Still, there was only the quiet and darkness of night. He lay there for a while, waiting and wondering. He had ceased pondering those questions which had most concerned him during the earlier days. Now he asked himself only, when would it be over? Nothing else any longer seemed to matter. But more and more frequently there had come to his mind a single, irrelevant memory. It was an image of a clear day, of a cool breeze off the ocean, of a crest of green and gold eucalyptus on a faraway hill. It had something to do with home, but that was all he knew of it, and it was all he could recall of home. A burst of flashless automatic fire from somewhere up the ridge brought a scream from the soldier in front of him and sent him writhing down the slope. Tom lowered himself till he was on a level with the sight of his carbine, then started scanning the rise. A moment later, he spotted the greenish glow of the sniper's infrared beam, and, flipping the safety into automatic, he squeezed the trigger. Rapidly, he replaced the clip and waited. After several moments, he uncautiously flooded the terrain with his own light. A mere 100 feet away was a sprawling greenish form, one of the enemy, a good and dead one. It was 10 minutes before he heard the remaining member of the patrol working his way back.
"Good boy," came a whisper. "You got him." What do you think?"
"Are we going back?"
"Sure. There ain't no troops up there. That's what we came to find out. Maybe a few snipers is all."
They started crawling the way they had come, but this time it was more tedious because of the abrasions and bruises that had been incurred. Dawn was a pasty grey in the sky behind them when they at last neared the lines. "Something funny," the sergeant muttered suspiciously, rising to his knees.
"What's wrong?"
Tom asked wearily. "I don't know. Wait here." Tom waited till the sky threatened to become light, then began following. He continued along the route which he felt must lead to the lines, and after some minutes began to feel a sense of panic. The landmarks were all wrong, and the cloud-strewn sky gave no indication of direction. Then from the other side of a low, rocky hillock came the unmistakable sound of approaching troops. Running forward to the edge, he stopped abruptly as he found himself face to face with the enemy. Suddenly all the hate and guilt he had ever known exploded into his awareness. The face before him was a meaningless blur, but he did not need to know the enemy to loathe him. His carbine was in his hands, the safety off, the barrel lowered, the trigger squeezed, but the rifle failed to fire. The cry of the enemy was a wordless oath of anger, the bayonet a glinting sliver of death, the pain in his side the ultimate peak of agony. But as he fell back onto the rocks, he sensed something beyond rage in the bright young eyes of his destroyer. He sensed hope, the possibility of peace, and even of happiness, for those anger-maddened eyes had been his own. He woke up on a bed in a small white-walled room. It was too soon yet to think things over, so he consciously relaxed and contemplated such immediate and basic pleasures as breathing, and observing the distant sun-gilt eucalyptus through the single broad window. For the present, the experience of life itself was sufficient. When at last an attendant entered, followed by a nurse, Tom felt like talking. He was frustrated in this by a thermometer, which the woman allowed to remain in his mouth throughout the entire checkup. When she had finally concluded her routine, Tom said, "I'm feeling pretty good, Doctor. Is it all right if I leave?" "I'm just a mere psychotechnician," the man smiled. "You'll have to check with Miss Lawton."
"Fit as a fiddle," the nurse responded, gathering up her equipment. "My bayonet wound okay?"
Tom asked anxiously, and was immediately startled to find he could refer to the incident with amusement.
"It is if you can talk about it," she replied with a flicker of sympathy on her dry, expressionless face.
"So it was a bayonet," the man commented after the nurse had left. "That's quite rare, you know. Usually it's a bullet or a shell fragment."
"Don't you decide? Don't you set it all up beforehand?"
"Oh, no. Electrohypnosis merely instigates certain motivational and situational patterns. The instrumentation and environment is entirely the product of your own personality. The more feasible, consistent, and coherent the subjective aspects, the more adaptable, rational, and stable must be the subject."
"What about the bayonet?"
"You chose that, I would suppose, because you not only weren't afraid of meeting the enemy, but actually wanted to. We'll go into that later. Now I want you to relate everything you can remember." Tom waited while the other set up a recorder. It took less than 20 minutes to narrate every detail he could recall. "Well, that'll be enough for today. We do want you to report back in a week or so, just to find out how this affects your normal activities. The receptionist will make an appointment for you. Your clothes are in the closet." Tom dressed and started along the corridor, stopping only once for a brief glimpse of the machine which had been his battleground. A boy he had seen occasionally at school was approaching, and they nodded at one another.
"You been through it?"
the boy asked.
"Yeah,"
Tom told him a little uneasily.
"I'm just going in. How is it?"
Tom noticed the other boy's collar was damp with perspiration, and his eyes were somewhat watery.
"Is it pretty rough?"
"Well, it's Tom returned uncomfortably. It's just like war. He turned away as the other winced and swallowed nervously. The receptionist made his appointment, and he strode to the doorway. Already, the horrors of a mere hour before seemed years in the past, and he wondered, as he proceeded down the steps into the same bright day he had left so long ago, how those vague and distant imaginings could possibly affect his future behavior. He readily admitted that he would be far less inclined to defend the concept of war than he would have been earlier, but surely it was possible that under certain conditions he might find himself in a situation where he had no alternative to violence. Those who had been through it never seemed to get into fights like other kids do, but that could be simply a matter of growing up. Then why, he wondered, was electrohypnosis universally required, and the keystone of the armistice which had concluded the Third World War? With the exception of a few thoroughly socialized individuals, whose capacity for occasional force was necessary to the maintenance of law and order, every male human being of 15 underwent the experience, so there must be some aspect of its consequences which he had overlooked. For some reason, a memory of 3 small boys playing soldier on an autumn dusk slipped in among his thoughts. How disenchantingly different had been the unreal realism of the dream. With an amused start, it occurred to him that the same genuine Captain America infrared electronic sniper kit that had seen him through those childhood skirmishes had accompanied him into combat that morning, and for an instant he wondered if such a thing as an infrared flare actually did exist. Stepping onto the sidewalk, he turned toward home. He would be there in just a little over 3 hours after his parents had left him. He could not have worried too much in so short a period. Still, he decided, it would be best to call them. Everyone had heard rumors of subjects coming out of electrohypnosis with psychosomatic or neurotic after effects, and while these had been authoritatively discounted, it would be typical of his mother to imagine her son the exception. There was a drugstore on the next corner, and Tom headed toward it. He did not notice the 2 younger school acquaintances until they had crossed the street and had halted in his path. He had never been on cordial terms with either of them, and was in no mood for their banter today. "Well, look who's back from the wars!" the more aggressive of the pair exclaimed. "Where's your medals, Colonel?"
Yeah,
the other jibed.
and what happened to your crutches?
Tom regretted very much not having left the building by a rear exit. Their reaction to meeting him in that manner, considering their determination not to exhibit any anxiety over their own imminent ordeals, was bound to be antagonistic. However, his own responses had not yet stabilized adequately, following the experience, to permit much tolerance. He ignored them and started on.
Come on, Tom,
the first persisted, stepping swiftly into his path.
Tell us about it. How many of them did you get? Bet he didn't get any. Bet he just buried himself in his foxhole till it was all over. Bet he was scared stiff. Nah, not the Colonel. He was out there in front of all of them. Weren't you, Colonel?
Irritation flamed into anger. Raising his hand, he was about to push them aside, when the hot, searing pain of the bayonet struck him, hurling him back against the wall. For an uncomprehending moment, he leaned immobile, his mouth gaping, his eyes awed. Then, realizing the only way out, he relaxed. The agony subsided and vanished. So that was it, he thought bitterly. So that was the ultimate weapon, not the indoctrination. For the rest of his life, he was to be burdened with the possibility of that vivid torture whenever he so much as considered using force. The boys had backed away apprehensively, and now were moving on down the street with frequent backward glances. It made no difference to him. For the present, they were of another age, an age of violence, an age which he had outgrown. The drugstore was crowded, but Tom made his way toward the rear without noticing the customers. His thoughts were soberly and intently focused on the future. Perhaps, he considered, by the time his great-grandchildren were men, a way of life would have been created which involved neither the inevitability of war nor the ardent necessity for an invisible, poised bayonet. And so far as his own life was concerned, if the latter meant that he could return home instead of trudging back to the barracks, then he accepted it gracefully. The price of peace was bound to be high, he reflected, since man had never before been able to afford it. Sliding into the phone booth and pushing a coin into the slot, Tom began dialing. End of story 6. Story 7 of Battles for the Stars. In Space! Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 3. Navy Day by Harry Harrison. General Wingrove looked at the rows of faces without seeing them. His vision went beyond the Congress of the United States, past the balmy June day, to another day that was coming, a day when the Army would have its destined place of authority. He drew a deep breath and delivered what was perhaps the shortest speech ever heard in the hallowed halls of Congress. The General Staff of the U.S. Army requests Congress to abolish the archaic branch of the armed forces known as the U.S. Navy. The aging senator from Georgia checked his hearing aid to see if it was in operating order, while the press box emptied itself in one concerted rush and a clatter of running feet that died off in the direction of the telephone room. A buzz of excited comment ran through the giant chamber. One by one, the heads turned to face the naval section where rows of blue figures stirred and buzzed like smoked-out bees. The knot of men around a paunchy figure heavy with gold braids spoke up, and Admiral Fitzjames climbed slowly to his feet. Lesser men have quailed before that piercing stare, but General Wingrove was never the lesser man. The Admiral tossed his head with disgust, every line of his body denoting outraged dignity. He turned to his audience, a small pulse beating in his forehead. I cannot comprehend the General's attitude, nor can I understand why he has attacked the Navy in this unwarranted fashion. The Navy has existed and will always exist as the first barrier of American defense. I ask you, gentlemen, to ignore this request as you would ignore the statements of any person, slightly demented. I should like to offer a recommendation that the General's sanity be investigated and an inquiry be made as to the mental health of anyone else connected with this preposterous proposal. The General smiled calmly. I understand, Admiral. I really don't blame you for being slightly annoyed. But please let us not bring this issue of national importance down to a shallow personal level. The Army has facts to back up this request, facts that shall be demonstrated tomorrow morning. Turning his back on the raging Admiral, General Wingrove included all the assembled Solons in one sweeping gesture. Reserve your judgment until that time, gentlemen. Make no hasty judgments until you've seen the force of argument with which we back up our request. It is the end of an era. In the morning the Navy joins its fellow fossils, the dodo and the brontosaurus. The Admiral's blood pressure mounted to a new record, and the gentle thud of his unconscious body striking the floor was the only sound to break the shocked silence of the giant hall. The early morning sun warmed the white marble of the Jefferson Memorial and glinted from the soldiers' helmets and the roofs of the packed cars that crowded forward in a slow-moving stream. All the gentlemen of Congress were there, the passage of their cars cleared by the screaming sirens of motorcycle policemen. Around and under the wheels of the official cars pressed a solid wave of government workers and common citizens of the capital city. The trucks of the radio and television services pressed close, microphones and cameras extended. The stage was set for a great day. Neat rows of olive-drab vehicles curved along the water's edge. Jeeps and half-trucks shouldered close by weapons carriers and six-by, all of them shrinking to insignificance beside the looming Patton tanks. A speaker's platform was set up in the center of the line near the audience. At precisely 10 a.m., General Wingrove stepped forward and scowled at the crowd until they settled into an uncomfortable silence. His speech was short and consisted of nothing more than amplifications of his opening statement, that actions speak louder than words. He pointed to the first truck in line, a 2.5-ton filled with an infantry squad sitting stiffly at attention. The driver caught the signal and kicked the engine into life. With a grind of gears it moved forward towards the river's edge. There was an indrawn gasp from the crowd as the front wheels ground over the marble parapet. Then the truck was plunging down toward the muddy waters of the Potomac. The wheels touched the water and the surface seemed to sink while taking on a strange glassy character. The truck roared into high gear and rolled forward on the surface of the water, surrounded by a saucer-shaped depression. It parked 200 yards offshore, and the soldiers, goaded by the sergeant's bark, leapt out and lined up with a showy present arms. The general returned the salute and waved to the remaining vehicles. They moved forward in a series of maneuvers that indicated a great number of rehearsal hours on some hidden pond. The tanks rumbled slowly over the water, while the jeeps cut back and forth through their lines in intricate patterns. The trucks backed and turned like puffing ballerinas. The audience was rooted in a hushed silence, their eyeballs bulging. They continued to watch the amazing display as General Wingrove spoke again. "You see before you a typical example of Army ingenuity, developed in Army laboratories. These multi-units are supported on the water by an intensifying of the surface tension in their immediate area. Their weight is evenly distributed over the surface, causing the shallow depressions you see around them. This remarkable feat has been accomplished by the use of the Dornifier, a remarkable invention that is named after that brilliant scientist, Colonel Robert A. Dorn, commander of the Brook Point Experimental Laboratory. It was there that one of the civilian employees discovered the Dorn effect, under the Colonel's constant guidance, of course. Utilizing this invention, the Army now becomes master of the sea as well as the land. Army convoys of trucks and tanks can blanket the world. The surface of the water is our highway, our motor park, our battleground, the airfield and runway for our planes." Mechanics were pushing a shooting star onto the water. They stepped clear as flame gushed from the tailpipe. With a familiar whooshing rumble, it sped down the Potomac and hurled itself into the air. "When this cheap and simple method of crossing oceans is adopted, it will of course mean the end of that fantastic medieval anachronism, the Navy. No need for billion-dollar aircraft carriers, battleships, dry docks, and all the other cumbersome junk that keeps those boats and things afloat. Gives the taxpayer back his hard-earned dollar." Teeth grated in the naval section as carriers and battleships were called boats, and the rest of America's sea might lumped under the casual heading of things. Lips were curled at the transparent appeal to the taxpayer's pocketbook. But with leaden hearts, they knew that all this justified wrath and contempt would avail them nothing. This was Army Day with a vengeance, and the doom of the Navy seemed inescapable. The Army had made elaborate plans for what they called Operation Sinker. Even as the general spoke, the publicity mills ground into high gear. From coast to coast, the citizens absorbed the news with their morning nourishment. "Agnes, you hear what the radio said? The Army's going to give a trip around the world in a B-36 as first prize in this limerick contest. All you have to do is fill in the last line and mail one copy to the Pentagon and the other to the Navy." The naval mailroom had standing orders to burn all the limericks when they came in, but some of the newer men seemed to think the entire thing was a big joke. Commander Bullman found one in the mess hall. "The Army will always be there, on the land, on the sea, in the air. So why should the Navy take all of the gravy?" To which a seagoing scribe had added, "And not give us ensigns our share." The newspapers were filled daily with photographs of mighty B-36s landing on Lake Erie, and grinning soldiers making mock beachhead attacks on Coney Island. Each man wore a buzzing black box at his waist, and walked on the bosom of the now quiet Atlantic like a biblical prophet. Radio and television also carried the thousands of news releases that poured in an unending flow from the Pentagon building. Cards, letters, telegrams, and packages descended on Washington in an overwhelming torrent. The Navy Department was the unhappy recipient of deprecatory letters and a vast quantity of little cardboard battleships. The people spoke, and their representatives listened closely. This was an election year. There didn't seem to be much doubt as to the decision, particularly when the reduction in the budget was considered. It took Congress only 2 months to make up its collective mind. The people were all pro-Army. The novelty of the idea had fired their imaginations. They were about to take the final vote in the lower house. If the amendment passed, it would go to the states for ratification, and their votes were certain to follow that of Congress. The Navy had fought a last-ditch battle to no avail. The balloting was going to be pretty much of a sure thing. The wet-water Navy would soon become ancient history. For some reason, the admirals didn't look as unhappy as they should. The Naval Department had requested one last opportunity to address the Congress. Congress had patronizingly granted permission, for even the doomed man is allowed one last speech. Admiral Fitzjames who had recovered from his choleric attack with the appointed speaker. Gentlemen of the Congress of the United States, we in the Navy have a fighting tradition. We dam the torpedoes and sail straight ahead into the enemy's fire, if that was necessary. We have been stabbed in the back. We have suffered the second Pearl Harbor sneak attack. The Army relinquished its rights to fair treatment with this attack. Therefore, we are counter-attacking. Worn out by his attacking and mixed metaphors, the Admiral mopped his brow. Our laboratories have been working night and day on the perfection of a device we hoped we would never be forced to use. It is now in operation, having passed the final trials a few days ago. The significance of this device cannot be underestimated. We are so positive of its importance that we are demanding that the Army be abolished. He waved his hand toward the window and bellowed one word. Look! Everyone looked. They blinked and looked again. They rubbed their eyes and kept looking. Sailing majestically up the middle of Constitution Avenue was the battleship Missouri. The Admiral's voice rang through the room like a trumpet of victory. Mark 1 D-binder, as you see, temporarily lessens the binding energies that hold molecules of solid matter together. Solids become liquids, and a ship equipped with this device can sail anywhere in the world, on sea or land. Take your vote, gentlemen. The world awaits your decision. End of Story 7. Story 8 of Battles for the Stars. In Space! Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 3. Belly Laugh by Ivor Jorgenson. Me, I'm looking for my outfit. Got cut off in that Holland Tunnel attack. Mind if I sit down with you guys a while? Thanks. Coffee. Damn, this is heaven. Ain't seen a cup of coffee in a year. What? You said it. It sure is a hell of a war. Tough on a guy's feet. Yeah, that's right. Holland Tunnel skirmish. Where the Ruskies used that new gun. God, it was awful. Guys popping off all around the guy and him not knowing why. No sense to it. No noise. No wound. Just popping off. That's the trouble with this war. It won't settle down to a routine. Always something new. What the hell chance has a guy got to figure things out? And I tell you, them Ruskies are coming up with new weapons just as fast as we are. Enough to make your hair stand on end. Sugar? Christ, yes, ain't seen sugar for a year. You see, it's like this. We were bottled up in the pits around the tunnel for 7 damn days. It was like nothing you ever saw before. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to splash you. I was laughing about something that happened there, to a guy. Maybe you guys would get a kick out of it. After all, we got to keep our sense of humor. You see, there was me and a Kentucky kid named Stillwell in this pit, a pretty big pit with lots of room, and we were all alone. This Stillwell was a nice kid, green and lonesome, and it was pretty sad, really, but there's a yak in it, and as I say, we got to keep a sense of humor. Well, this Stillwell, a really green kid, is unhappy, and just plain drooling for his gal back home. He talks about his mother, of course, and his old man, but it's the girl that's really on his mind, as you guys can plainly understand. He's seeing her every place like spots in front of his eyes, nice spots doing things to him, when this Rusky babe shows up. My gun came up without any orders from me, just as she poked her puss over the edge of the pit, and, oh, thank you kindly, it sure tastes good, but I don't want to short you guys, thank you kindly. Well, as I was saying, this Rusky babe pokes her nose over the edge of the pit, and Stillwell dives and knocks down my gun. He says, "You son of a bitch," just like that, wild and desperate like you'd see to a guy if the guy was just kicking off the last jug of water on a desert island. It would have been long enough for her to kill us if I hadn't had good reflexes. Even then, all I had time to do was knock the pistol out of her hand and drag her into the pit. With her play bollocksed, she was confused and bewildered. She ain't a fighter, and she sits back against the wall, staring at us deadpan with big, expressionless eyes. She's a plenty pretty babe, and I could see exactly what had happened as far as Stillwell was concerned. His spots had come to life in very adequate form, so to speak. Stillwell goes over and sits down beside her, and I'm very much on the alert, because I know where his courage comes from, but I decide it's all right, because I see the babe is not belligerent, just confused, kind of, and friendly, and willing. Kind of a whipped little dog willing, and man, oh man, she was sure what Stillwell needed. They kind of went together like a hand and a glove, natural-like, and it followed pretty natural that when Stillwell got up and led her around a wing of the pit, out of sight, she went willing, like that same little dog. Oh, no, you guys, two's enough, I wouldn't rob you. Well, okay, and thanks kindly. Well, there I was, all alone, but happy for Stillwell, 'cause I know it's what the kid needs, and in spots like that, what difference does it make? Yank, Rusky, Mongolian, as long as she's willing. Then you guys, Stillwell comes back out, wall-eyed, real wall-eyed, like being hit but not knocked out and still walking. I know what it is, some kind of shock. I get up and walk over and take a look at the babe where I'd left her, and I burst out laughing. I told you guys I was a yak in this. I laughed like a fool. It was that funny, as much as I had time to before Stillwell cracked. It was enough to crack him, the little thing that pushes a guy over the edge. He lets out a yell and screams, for Christ's sake, nothing but a bucket of bolts, nothing but a couple of plastic lumps. That was when I hit him. I had to. He was for the birds, Stillwell was. An hour later we got relieved and a couple of medicos carried him away, strapped to a stretcher, gone like a kite. They took the robot, too, and its clothes, but they forgot the brassiere, so I took it, and I've been carrying it ever since. But I'll leave it with you guys if you want, for the coffee. Might make you think about home. After all, like the man says, we gotta keep our sense of humor. Well, so long, you guys, and thanks. End of Story 8. Story 9 of Battles for the Stars. In Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 3. Hunter Patrol by H. Beam Piper and John J. McGuire. At the crest of the ridge, Benson stopped for an instant, glancing first at his wristwatch and then back over his shoulder. It was 05:39. The barrage was due in 11 minutes at the spot where he was now standing. Behind, on the long northeast slope, he could see the columns of black oil smoke rising from what had been the pan-Soviet advanced supply dump. There was a great deal of firing going on. Back there, he wondered if the commies had managed to corner a few of his men, after the patrol had accomplished its mission and scattered, or if a couple of communist units were shooting each other up in mutual mistaken identity. The result would be about the same in either case. Reserve units would be disorganized, and some men would have been pulled back from the front line. His dozen-odd UN regulars and Turkish partisans had done their best to simulate a paratroop attack in force. At least his job was done, now to execute that classic infantry maneuver described as, "Let's get the hell out of here." This was his last patrol before rotation home. He didn't want anything unfortunate to happen. There was a little ravine to the left. The stream which had cut it in the steep southern slope of the ridge would be dry at this time of year, and he could make better time and find protection in it from any chance shots when the interdictory barrage started. He hurried toward it and followed it down to the valley that would lead toward the front, the thinly held section of the communist lines, and the UN lines beyond, where fresh troops were waiting to jump from their holes and begin the attack. There was something wrong about this ravine, though. At first it was only a vague presentiment, growing stronger as he followed the dry gully down to the valley below. Something he had smelled or heard or seen without conscious recognition. Then, in the dry sand where the ravine debouched into the valley, he saw faint tank tracks, only one pair. There was something wrong about the vines that mantled one side of the ravine, too. An instant later he was diving to the right, breaking his fall with the butt of his auto carbine, rolling rapidly toward the cover of a rock, and as he did so, the thinking part of his mind recognized what was wrong. The tank tracks had ended against the vine-grown side of the ravine. What he had smelled had been lubricating oil and petrol, and the leaves on some of the vines hung upside down. Almost at once from behind the vines a tank's machine gun snarled at him, clipping the place where he had been standing, then shifting to rage against the sheltering rock. With a sudden motor roar, the muzzle of a long tank gun pushed out through the vines, and then the low body of a tank with a red star on the turret came rumbling out of the camouflaged bay. The machine guns kept him pinned behind the rock. The tank swerved ever so slightly, so that its wide left tread was aimed directly at him, then picked up speed. "Not even going to waste a shell on me," he thought. Futilely, he let go a clip from his carbine, trying to hit one of the vision slits, then rolled to one side, dropped out the clip, slapped in another. There was a shimmering blue mist around him. If he only hadn't used his last grenade back there at the supply dump. The strange blue mist became a flickering radiance that ran through all the colors of the spectrum and became an utter, impenetrable blackness. There were voices in the blackness, and a softness under him, but under his back, when he had been lying on his stomach, as though he were now in a comfortable bed. They got me alive, he thought. Now comes the brainwashing. He cracked one eye open imperceptibly. Lights, white and glaring from a ceiling far above, walls as white as the lights. Without moving his head, He opened both eyes and shifted them from right to left. Vaguely, he could see people, and behind them machines, so simply designed that their functions were unguessable. He sat up and looked around groggily. The people, their costumes, definitely not pan-Soviet uniforms, and the room and its machines told him nothing. A hardness under his right hip was a welcome surprise. They hadn't taken his pistol from him. Feigning even more puzzlement and weakness, he clutched his knees with his elbows and leaned his head forward on them, trying to collect his thoughts. "We shall have to give up, Gregory." A voice trembled with disappointment. "Why, Anthony?" The new voice was deeper, more aggressive. "Look, another typical reaction. Retreat to the fetus." Footsteps approached. Another voice, discouragement heavily weighting each syllable. "You're right. He's like all the others. We'll have to send him back." "And look for no more?" The voice he recognized as Anthony faltered between question and statement. A babel of voices in dispute, then clearly the voice Benson had come to label as Gregory. "I will never give up." He raised his head. There was something in the timbre of that voice reminding him of his own feelings in the dark days, when the UN had everywhere been reeling back under the pan-Soviet hammer blows. "Anthony!" Gregory's voice again. Benson saw the speaker, short, stocky, grey-haired, stubborn lines about the mouth, the face of a man, chasing an elusive but not uncapturable dream. "That means nothing." A tall, thin man, too lean for the tunic-like garment he wore, was shaking his head. Deliberately trying to remember his college courses in psychology, he forced himself to accept and to assess what he saw as reality. He was on a small table, like an operating table. The whole place looked like a medical lab or a clinic. He was still in uniform. His boots had soiled the white sheets with the dust of Armenia. He had all his equipment, including his pistol and combat knife. His carbine was gone, however. He could feel the weight of his helmet on his head. The room still rocked and swayed a little, but the faces of the people were coming into focus. He counted them, saying each number to himself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men, 1 woman. He swung his feet over the edge of the table, being careful that it would be between him and the others when he rose, and began inching his right hand toward his right hip, using his left hand on his brow to misdirect attention. "I would classify his actions as arising from conscious effort at corticothalamic integration," the woman said, like an archaeologist who had just found a K-ration tin at the bottom of a Neolithic kitchen midden. She had the peculiarly young, old look of the spinster teachers with whom Benson had worked before going to the war. "I want to believe it, but I'm afraid to," another man for whom Benson had no name association said. He was portly, grey-haired, arrogant-faced. He wore a short black jacket with a jeweled zipper pull and striped trousers. Benson cleared his throat. "Just who are you people?" he inquired. "And just where am I?" Anthony grabbed Gregory's hand and pumped it frantically. "I've dreamed of the day when I could say this," he cried. "Congratulations, Gregory!" That touched off another bedlam, of joy this time instead of despair. Benson hid his amusement at the facility with which all of them were discovering in one another the courage, vision, and stamina of true patriots and pioneers. He let it go on for a few moments, hoping to glean some clue. Finally he interrupted. "I believe I asked a couple of questions," he said, using the voice he reserved for sergeants and second lieutenants. "I hate to break up this mutual admiration session, but I would appreciate some answers. This isn't anything like the situation I last remember." "He remembers!" Gregory exclaimed. "That confirms your first derivation by symbolic logic, and it strengthens the validity of the second." The school-teacherish woman began jabbering excitedly. She went through about a paragraph of what was pure gobbledygook to Benson before the man with the arrogant face and the jeweled zipper pull broke in on her. "Save that for later, Paula," he barked. "I'd be very much interested in your theories about why memories are unimpaired when you time jump forward and lost when you reverse the process, but let's stick to business. We have what we wanted. Now let's use what we have." "I never liked the way you made your money," the dark-faced, cadaverous man said. "But when you talk, it makes sense. Let's get on with it." Benson used the brief silence which followed to study the 6. With the exception of the 2 who had just spoken, there was the indefinable mark of the fanatic upon all of them, people fanatical about different things, united for different reasons and a single purpose. It reminded him sharply of some teachers' committee about to beard a school board with an unpopular and expensive recommendation. Anthony, the oldest of the lot, in a knee-length tunic, turned to Gregory.
I believe you had better, he began. As to who we are, we'll explain that partly later. After your question, where am I, that will have to be rephrased. If you ask, when and where am I can furnish a rational answer. In the temporal dimension you are 50 years futureward of the day of your death. Basically, you're about 8,000 miles from the place of your death, in what is now the world capital, St. Louis.
Nothing in the answer made sense, but the name of the city, Benson chuckled. What happened? The Cardinals conquer the world? I knew they had a good team, but I didn't think it was that good. No, Gregory told him earnestly. The government isn't a theocracy, at least not yet. But if the guide keeps on insisting that only beautiful things are good, and that he is uniquely qualified to define beauty, watch his rule change into just that.
I've been detecting symptoms of religious paranoia, messianic delusions about his public statements, the woman began.
Idolatry, another member of the group who wore a black coat fastened to the neck and white neckbands rasped. Idolatry is dead, as well as in spirit. The sense of unreality, partially dispelled, began to return. Benson dropped to the floor and stood beside the table, getting a cigarette out of his pocket and lighting it. I made a joke, he said, putting his lighter away. The fact that none of you got it has done more to prove that I'm 50 years in the future than anything any of you could say. He went on to explain who the St. Louis Cardinals were.
Yes, I remember. Baseball, Anthony exclaimed. There is no baseball now. The guide will not allow competitive sports. He says they foster the spirit of violence.
The cadaverous man in the blue jacket turned to the man in the black garment of similar cut. "You've been no more history than any of us," he said, getting a cigar out of his pocket and lighting it. He lighted it by rubbing the end on the sole of his shoe. "Suppose you tell him what the score is." He turned to Benson. "You can rely on his dates and happenings. His interpretation is strictly capitalist, of course," he said.
Black Jacket shook his head. "You first, Gregory," he said. "Tell him how he got here, and then I'll tell him why."
"I believe," Gregory began, "that in your period fiction writers made some use of the subject of time travel. It was not, however, given serious consideration, largely because of certain alleged paradoxes involved, and because of an elementalistic and objectifying attitude toward the whole subject of time. I won't go into the mathematics and symbolic logic involved, but we have disposed of the objections. More, we have succeeded in constructing a time machine, if you want to call it that. We prefer to call it a temporal spatial displacement field generator."
"It's really very simple," the woman called Paula interrupted. "If the universe is expanding, time is a widening spiral. If contracting, a diminishing spiral. If static, a uniform spiral. The possibility of pulsation was our only worry."
"That's no worry," Gregory reproved her. "I showed you that the rate was too slow to have an effect on—"
"Oh, nonsense. You can measure something which exists within a microsecond. But where's the instrument to measure a temporal pulsation that may require years? We haven't come to that yet." "Be quiet, both of you," the man with the black coat and the white bands commanded. "What do you argue about vanities? Thousands are being converted to the godlessness of the guide, and other thousands of his dupes are dying unprepared to face their maker."
"All right, you invented a time machine," Benson said. "In Civvy, as I was only a high school chemistry teacher, I can tell a class of juniors the difference between H2O and H2SO4, but the theory of time travel is wasted on me. Suppose you just let me ask the questions. Then I'll be sure of finding out what I don't know. For instance, who won the war I was fighting in before you grabbed me and brought me here? The commies?"
"No, the United Nations," Anthony told him. "At least they were the least exhausted when both sides decided to quit."
"And what's this dictatorship, the guide? Extreme rightist? Walter, you better tell him."
"We damn near lost the war," the man in the black jacket and striped trousers said. "But for once, we won the peace. The Soviet bloc was broken up. India, China, Indonesia, Mongolia, Russia, the Ukraine, all the satellite states. Most of them turned into little dictatorships, like the Latin American countries after the liberation from Spain. But they were personal, non-ideological, generally benevolent dictatorships, the kind that grow into democracies if they're given time."
"Capitalistic dictatorships, he means," the cadaverous man in the blue jacket explained.
"Be quiet, Carl," Anthony told him. "Let's not confuse this with any class struggle stuff." "Actually, the United Nations rules the world," Walter continued. "What goes on in the Ukraine or Latvia or Manchuria is about analogous to what went on under the old United States government in, let's say, Tammany-ruled New York. But here's the catch. The UN is ruled absolutely by one man."
"How could that happen? The UN had its functions so subdivided and compartmented that it couldn't even run a war properly." Our army commanders were making war by systematic disobedience. The charter was changed shortly after. That is, after... Walter was fumbling for words. After my death, Benson finished politely. Go on. Even with a changed charter, how did one man get all the powers into his hands?
By sorcery, Black Coat and White Bands fairly shouted, by the help of his master Satan.
You know, there are times when such theory tempts me, Paula said. He was a big moneybags, Carl said. He bribed his way in. See, New York was bombed flat, but the old UN buildings were. It's still hot. So the guide donated a big tract of land outside St. Louis, built these buildings. We're in the basement of one of them right now. If you want a good laugh, and before long he had the whole organization eating out of his hand. They just voted him into power, and the world into slavery. Benson looked around at the others, who were nodding in varying degrees of agreement.
Substantially, that's it. He managed to convince everybody of his altruism, integrity, and wisdom, Walter said. It was almost blasphemous to say anything against him. I really don't understand how it happened.
Well, what's he been doing with his power? Benson asked. Wise things or stupid ones? I could be general and say that he has deprived all of us of our political and other liberties. It is best to be specific, Anthony said. Gregory?
My own field, dimensional physics, hasn't been interfered with much yet. It's different in other fields. For instance, all research in sonics has been arbitrarily stopped. So has a great deal of work in organic and synthetic chemistry. Psychology is a madhouse of, what was the old word, licentiousness? No, Lysenkoism. Medicine and surgery, well, there's a huge program of compulsory sterilization, another one of eugenic marriage control, and infants who don't conform to certain physical standards don't survive, neither do people who have disfiguring accidents beyond the power of plastic surgery.
Powler spoke next. My field is child welfare. Well, I'm going to show you an audio-visual of an interesting ceremony in a Hindu village, derived from the ancient custom of the suttee. It is the Hindu method of conforming to the guide's demand that only beautiful children be allowed to grow to maturity. The film was mercifully brief. Even in spite of the drums and gongs and the chanting of the crowd, Benson found out how loudly a newborn infant can scream in a fire. The others looked as though they were going to be sick. He doubted if he looked much better. Of course, we are more practical and mechanical-minded people here, and in Europe, Paula said, holding down her gorge by main strength. We have lethal gas chambers that even Hitler would have envied. I am a musician, Anthony said. A composer. If Gregory thinks that the sciences are controlled, he should try to write even the simplest piece of music. The extent of censorship and control of all the arts, and especially music, is incredible. He coughed slightly. And I have another motive, a more selfish one. I am approaching the compulsory retirement age. I will soon be invited to go to one of the haven. If you know, these havens are located in the most barren places. They are beauty spots, verdant beyond belief. It is of only passing interest that, while large numbers of the aged go there yearly, their populations remain consistent, and to judge from the quantities of supplies shipped to them, extremely small.
They call me Samuel in this organization, the man in the long black coat said. Whoever gave me that alias must have chosen it because I am here in an effort to live up to it. Although I am ordained by no church, I fight for all of them. The plain fact is that this man we call the Guide is really the Antichrist. Well, I haven't quite so lofty a motive, but it's good enough to make me willing to finance this project, Walter said. It's very simple. The Guide won't let people make money, and if they do, he takes it away from them, and he has laws to prohibit inheritance. What little you can accumulate, you can't pass on to your children. I bet up a lot of money, too, don't forget, Carl told him. Well, the Union did. I'm a poor man myself. He was smoking an excellent cigar for a poor man, and his clothes could have come from the same tailor as Walter's. Look, we got a real union. The union of all unions. Every working man in North America, Europe, Australia, and South Africa belongs to it, and the Guide has us all hogtied. He won't let you strike, Benson chuckled. That's right. And what can we do? Why, we can't even make our closed shop contracts stick. As far as getting anything like a pay raise. Good thing. Another pay raise and some of my company will bankrupt him, the way the Guide has under his thumb. Walter began, but he was cut off. Well, it seems as though this Guide has done some good, if he's made you two realize that you're both on the same side, and that what hurts one hurts both, Benson said. When I shipped out for Turkey in '77,
Neither labour nor management had learned that. He looked from one to another of them. The guide must have a really good bodyguard with all the enemies he's made. Gregory shook his head. He lives virtually alone, in a very small house on the UN Capitol grounds. In fact, except for a small police force armed only with non-lethal stun guns, your profession of arms is non-existent. I've been guessing what you want me to do, Benson said. You want this guide bumped off. But why can't any of you do it? Or if it's too risky, at least somebody from your own time. Why me? We can't. Everybody in the world today is conditioned against violence, especially the taking of human life, Anthony told him. Now, wait a moment. And this time he was using the voice he would have employed in chiding a couple of Anatolian peasant partisans who were field-stripping a machine gun the wrong way. Those babies in that film you showed me weren't dying of old age. That is not violence, Paula said bitterly. That is human beneficence. Ugly people would be unhappy and would make others unhappy in a world where everybody else is beautiful. And all these oppressive and tyrannical laws, Benson continued. How does he enforce them without violence, actual or threatened? Samuel started to say something about the power of the evil one. Paula ignored him, said, I really don't know, he just does it. Mass hypnotism of some sort. I know music has something to do with it, because there is always music, everywhere. This laboratory, for instance, we secretly soundproofed. We couldn't have worked here otherwise. All right, I can see that you need somebody from the past, preferably a soldier, whose conditioning has been in favor rather than against violence. But I'm not the only one you snatched, I take it. No, we've been using that machine to pick up men from battlefields all over the world and all over history, Gregory said. Until now, none of them could adjust. He shuddered, looking even sicker when the film was being shown. He's thinking, Walter said, about a French officer from Waterloo who blew out his brains with a pocket pistol on that table, and an English archer from Agincourt who ran amok with a dagger in hair, and a trooper of the 7th Cavalry from the Custom Massacre. Gregory managed to overcome his revulsion. You see, we were forced to take our subjects largely at random with regard to individual characteristics, mental attitudes, adaptability, etc. As long as he stuck to high-order abstraction, he could control himself. Aside from their professional lack of repugnance for violence, we took soldiers from battlefields because we could select men facing immediate death, whose removal from the past would not have effect upon the causal chain of events affecting the present. A warning buzzer rasped in Benson's brain. He nodded, poker-faced. I can see that, he agreed. You wouldn't dare do anything to change the past. That was always one of the favourite paradoxes in time-travel fiction. Well, I think I have the general picture. You have a dictator who is tyrannizing you. You want to get rid of him. You can't kill him yourselves. I'm opposed to dictators myself. That, and the selective service law, of course, was why I was a soldier. I have no moral or psychological taboos about killing dictators, or anybody else. Suppose I cooperate with you. What's in it for me? There was a long silence. Walter and Carl looked at one another inquiringly. The others dithered helplessly. It was Carl who answered. You return to your own time and place. And if I don't cooperate with you, guess when and where else we could send you, Walter said. Benson dropped his cigarette and tramped it. Exactly the same time and place? He asked. Well, the structure of space-time demands, Paula began. The spatio-temporal displacement field is capable of identifying that spot. Gregory pointed to a 10-foot circle in front of a bank of sleek, cabineted, dial-studded machines, with any set of space-time coordinates in the universe. However, to avoid disruption of the structure of space-time, we must return you to approximately the same point in space-time. Benson nodded again, this time at the confirmation of his earlier suspicion. Well, while he was still alive, he still had a chance. All right, tell me what exactly you want me to do. A third outbreak of bedlam, this time of relief and frantic explanation. Shut up, all of you. For so thin a man, Carl had an astonishing voice. I worked this out, so let me tell it. He turned to Benson. Maybe I'm tougher than the rest of them. Maybe I'm not as deeply conditioned. For one thing, I'm tone deaf. Well, here's the way it is. Gregory can set the machine to function automatically. You stand where he shows you, press the button he shows you, and 15 seconds later it will take you forward in time 5 seconds, and about 1 kilometer in space to the guide's office. He'll be at his desk now. You'll have 45 seconds to do the job from the time the field collapses around you till it rebuilds. Then you'll be taken back to your own time again. The whole thing's automatic. Can do, Benson agreed. How do I kill him? I'm getting sick, Paula murmured weakly. Her face was whiter than her gown. Take care of her, Samuel. Both of you better get out of here, Gregory said. The Lord of Hosts is my strength. He will... Samuel gasped. Conditions getting him, too. We gotta be quick, Carl said. Here, this is what you'll use. He handed Benson a 2-inch globe of black plastic. Take the damn thing, quick. Little button on the side, press it, and get it out of your hand fast. He reached. Limited effect bomb. Everything within 2 meters circle burned to nothing. Outside that, great, but not unendurable heat. Shut your eyes when you throw it. Flash almost blinding. He dropped his cigar and turned almost green in the face. Walter had a drink poured and handed it to him. Ugh. Thanks, Walter. He downed it. Peculiar sort of a thing for a non-violent people to manufacture, Benson said, looking at the bomb and then putting it into his jacket pocket. It isn't a weapon. Industrial. We use it in mining. I used plenty of them in Walter's iron mines. He nodded again. Where do I stand now? He asked. Right over here. Gregory placed him in front of a small panel with 3 buttons. Press the middle one and step back into the small red circle and stand perfectly still while the field builds up and collapses. Face that way. Benson drew his pistol and checked it. Magazine full. A round in the chamber. Safety on. Put that horrid thing out of sight, Anthony gasped. The other thing is what you want to use. The bomb won't be any good if some of his guards come in before the field rebuilds, Benson said. He has no guards. He lives absolutely alone. We told you. I know you did. You probably believed it, too. I don't. And by the way, you're sending me forward. What do you want to do about the fact that a time jump seems to make me pass out? Here, before you press the button, swallow it. Gregory gave him a small blue pill. Well, I guess that's all there is, Gregory continued. I hope his face twitched, and he dropped to the floor with a thud. Carl and Walter came forward, dragged him away from the machine. Conditioning got him. Getting me, too, Walter said. Hurry up, man. Benson swallowed the pill, pressed the button, and stepped back into the red circle, drawing his pistol and snapping off the safety. The blue mist closed in on him. This time, however, it did not thicken into blackness. It became luminous, brightening to a dazzle and dimming again to a coloured mist, and then it cleared, while Benson stood at Ray's pistol, as though on a target range. He was facing a big desk at 20 feet, across a thick-piled blue rug. There was a man seated at the desk, a white-haired man with a moustache and a small beard, who wore a loose coat of some glossy plum-brown fabric and a vividly blue neck-scarf. A pistol centered on the V-shaped blue under his chin. Deliberately, Benson squeezed, recovered from the recoil, aimed, fired, recovered, aimed, fired. 5 seconds, gone. The old man slumped across the desk, his arms extended. Better make a good job of it. 6, 7, 8 seconds. He stepped forward to the edge of the desk, called out 15 seconds, and put the muzzle to the top of the man's head, firing again and snapping on the safety. There had been something familiar about the guide's face, but it was too late to check on that now. There wasn't any face left, not even much head. A box on the desk caught Benson's eye. A cardboard box with an envelope stamped, "Top secret, for the guide only," taped to it. He hoisted his pistol and caught that up, stuffing it into his pocket, in obedience to an instinct to grab anything that looked like intelligent matter while in the enemy's country. Then he stepped back to the spot where the field had deposited him. He had 10 seconds to spare. Somebody was banging on a door when the blue mist began to gather around him. He was crouching, the spherical plastic object in his right hand, his thumb over the button, when the field collapsed. Sure enough, right in front of him, so close that he could smell the very heat of it, was the big tank with a red star on its turret. Cursed the sextet of sanctimonious double-crosses, 8,000 miles and 50 years away in space-time. The machine guns had stopped, probably because they couldn't be depressed far enough to aim at him now. That was a notorious fault of some of the newer pan-Soviet tanks, and he rocked back on his heels, pressed the button, and heaved, closing his eyes. As the thing left his fingers, he knew that he had thrown too hard. His muscles, accustomed to the heavier cast-iron grenades of his experience, betrayed him. For a moment, it was closer to despair than at any other time in the whole phantasmagoric adventure. Then he was hit, with physical violence, by a wave of almost solid heat. It didn't smell like the heat of the tank's engines. It smelled like molten metal, with undertones of burned flesh. Immediately there was a multiple explosion that threw him flat. As the tank's ammunition went up, there were no screams. It was too fast for that. He opened his eyes. The turret and top armor of the tank had vanished. The two massive treads had been toppled over, one to either side. The body had collapsed between them, and it was running sticky trickles of molten metal. He blinked, rubbed his eyes on the back of his hand, and looked again. Of all the many blasted and burned out tanks, Soviet and UN, that he had seen, this was the most completely wrecked thing in his experience. And he'd done that with one grenade. At that moment, there was a sudden rushing overhead, and an instant later the barrage began falling beyond the crest of the ridge. He looked at his watch, blinked, and looked again. That barrage was due at 0550. According to the watch, it was 0726. He was sure that 10 minutes ago, when he had looked at it, up there at the head of the ravine, it had been 20 minutes to 6. He puzzled about that for a moment, and decided that he must have caught the stem on something and pulled it out, and then twisted it a little, setting the watch ahead. And somehow the stem had gotten pushed back in, starting it at the new setting. That was a pretty far-fetched explanation, but it was the only one he could think of. But about this tank now, he was positive that he could remember throwing a grenade, yet he'd used his last grenade back there at the supply dump. He saw his carbine and picked it up. The silly blackout it had for a second. There, he must have dropped it. Action was open. Empty magazine on the ground where he'd dropped it. He wondered, stupidly, if one of his bullets couldn't have gone down the muzzle of the tank's gun and exploded the shell in the chamber. Oh, the hell with it. The tank might have been hit by a premature shot from the barrage which was raiding against the far slope of the ridge. He reset his watch by guess and looked down the valley. The big attack would be starting any minute now, and there would be fleeing commies coming up the valley ahead of the UN advance. He'd better get himself placed before they started coming in on him. He stopped thinking about the mystery of the blown-up tank, a solution to which seemed to dance maddeningly just out of his mental reach, and found himself a place among the rocks to wait. Down the valley, he could hear everything from pistols to mortars going off, and shouting in 3 or 4 racial intonations. After a while, fugitive communists began coming, many of them without their equipment, stumbling in their haste and looking back over their shoulders. Most of them avoided the mouth of the ravine and hurried by to the left or right, but one little clump, 8 or 10, came up the dry steam bed and stopped 150 yards from his hiding place to make a stand. They were Hindus, with outsized helmets over their turbans. 2 of them came ahead, carrying a machine gun, followed by a third with a flamethrower. The others retreated more slowly, firing their rifles to delay pursuit. Cuddling the stock of his carbine to his cheek, he divided a 10-shot burst between the 2 machine gunners. Then, as a matter of principle, he shot the man with a flamethrower. He had a dislike for flamethrowers. He killed every enemy he found with one. The others dropped their rifles and raised their hands, screaming, "Hey Joe! Hey Joe! You no shoot! Me no shoot!" A dozen men in UN battle dress came up and took them prisoner. Benson shouted to them and then rose and came down to join them. They were British, Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, advertising the fact by inconspicuous bits of tartan on their uniforms. The subaltern in command looked at him and nodded. "Captain Benson, we want to be on watch for your patrol," he said. "Any of the rest of you lads get out." Benson shrugged. "We split up after the attack. You may run into a couple of them. Some are locals and don't speak very good English. I've got to get back to division myself. What's the best way?" "Doing that way. You'll overtake a couple of our walking wounded. If you don't mind going slowly, I'll show you the way to advanced dressing station, and then you can hitch your ride in an ambulance from there." Benson nodded. Off on the left, there was a flurry of small arms fire, ending in yells of, "Hey Joe! Hey Joe!" the World War IV version of "Camarade." His company was a non-TO outfit. He came directly under division command, and he didn't have to bother reporting to any regimental or brigade commanders. He walked for an hour with half a dozen lightly wounded Scots, rode for another hour on a big cat truck, loaded with casualties of 6 regiments and 4 races, and finally reached division rear, where both the division and corps commanders took time to compliment him on the part his last hunter patrol had played in the now complete breakthrough. His replacement, an equine-faced Spaniard with an imposing display of fruit salad, was there too. He solemnly took off the bracelet a refugee Caucasian goldsmith had made for his predecessor's predecessor, and gave it to the new commander what had formerly been Benson's butcher's. As he had expected, there was also another medal waiting for him. A medical check at Task Force Center got him a warning. His last patrol had brought him dangerously close to the edge of combat fatigue. Remembering the incidents of the tank and the unaccountably fast watch, and the mysterious box and envelope which he had found in his coat pocket, he agreed, saying nothing about the questions that were puzzling him. The psychological department was never too busy to refuse another case. They hunted patients gleefully, each psych shark seeking in everyone proof of his own particular theory. It was with relief that he watched them fill out the red tag which gave him a priority on jet transports for home. Ankara to Alexandria, Alexandria to Dakar, Dakar to Belém, Belém to the shattered skyline of New York, the hurry and wait procedures at Fort Carlisle, and after the usual separation promotion, Major Fred Benson, late of Benson's Butchers, was back at teaching high school juniors the difference between H2O and H2SO4. There were two high schools in the city, McKinley High on the east side and Dwight Eisenhower High on the west. A few blocks from McKinley was the Tulip Tavern, where the Eisenhower teachers came in the late afternoons. The McKinley faculty crossed town to do their after-school drinking on the west side. When Benson entered the Tulip Tavern on a warm September afternoon, he found Bill Myers, the school psychologist, at one of the tables, smoking his pipe, checking over a stack of aptitude test forms and drinking beer. He got a highball at the bar and carried it over to Bill's table. "Oh, hi, Fred." The psychologist separated the finished from the unfinished work with a sheet of yellow paper and crammed the whole business into his briefcase. "I was hoping somebody'd show up." Benson lit a cigarette, sipped his highball. They talked at random. School talk, the progress of the war, now in its 12th year, personal reminiscences of the Turkish theatre where Benson had served, and the Madras beachhead where Myers had been. "Bring home any souvenirs?" Myers asked. "Not much. Couple of pistols, couple of knives, some pictures. Haven't gotten around to unpacking them yet. I have a sixth of rye and some beer at my rooms. Let's go around and see what I did bring home." They finished their drinks and went out. "What the devil's that?" Myers said, pointing to the cardboard box with the envelope taped to it, when Benson lifted it out of the grey-green locker. "Pearl, I don't know," Benson said. "I found it in the pocket of my coat, on my way back from my last hunter patrol. I've never told anybody about this before." "That's the damnedest story I've ever heard, and in my racket you hear some honeys," Myers said when he had finished. "You couldn't have picked that thing up in some other way, deliberately forgotten the circumstances, and fabricated this story about the tank and the grenade and the discrepancy in your watch subconsciously as an explanation." "My subconscious is a better liar than that," Benson replied. "It would have cobbled up some kind of a story that would stand up. This business. Top secret for the guide only." Myers frowned. "That isn't one of our marks, and if it were Soviet, it'd be trilingual, Russian, Hindi, and Chinese." "Well, let's see what's in it. I want this thing cleared up. I've been having some of the nastiest dreams lately." "Well, be careful. It might be booby-trapped," Myers said urgently. "Don't worry, I will." He used a knife to slice the envelope open, without untaping it from the box, and exposed 5 sheets of typewritten onion skin paper. There was no letterhead, no salutation or address line, just a mass of chemical formulae, and a concise report on tests. It seemed to be a report on an improved syrup for carbonated soft drink. There were a few cryptic cautionary references to heightened physico-psychological effects. The box was opened with the same caution, but it proved as innocent of dangers as the envelope. It contained only a half-liter bottle, wax-sealed, containing a dark reddish-brown syrup. "There's a lot of this stuff I don't dig," Benson said, tapping the sheets of onion skin. "I don't even scratch the surface of this rigmarole about the guide. I'm going to get to work on this sample in the lab. School, though. Maybe we have something here." At 8:30 the next evening, after 4.5 hours' work, he stopped to check what he had found out. The school's X-ray, an excellent one, had given him a complete picture of the molecular structure of the syrup. There were a couple of long-chain molecules that he could only believe after 2 re-examinations and a careful check of the machine, but with the help of the notes he could deduce how they had been put together. They would be the ingredient alpha and ingredient beta referred to in the notes. The components of the syrup were all simple and easily procurable with those 2 exceptions, as were the basic components from which these were made. The mechanical guinea pig demonstrated that the syrup contained nothing harmful to human tissue. Of course, there were the warnings about heightened psychophysiological effects. He stuck a poison label on the bottle, locked it up, and went home. The next day he and Bill Myers got a bottle of carbonated water and mixed themselves a couple of drinks of it. It was delicious. Sweet, dry, tart, sour, all of these in alternating waves of pleasure. "We have to do something, Bill," he said. "We have something that's going to give our income tax experts headaches." "You have," Myers corrected. "Where do you start fitting me into it?" "We're a good team, Bill. I'm a chemist. I don't know a thing about people. You're a psychologist. A real one. Not one of those night school boys. A juvenile psychologist, too. And what age group spends the most money in this country for soft drinks?" Knowing the names of the syrup's ingredients and what their molecular structure was like was only the beginning. Gallon after gallon of the school board's chemicals went down the laboratory sink. Fred Benson and Bill Myers almost lived in the fourth floor lab. Once or twice, there were head-shaking warnings from the principal about the dangers of overwork. The watchman at all hours would hear the occasional twanging of Benson's guitar in the laboratory and know that he had come to a dead end on something and was trying to think. Football season came and went. Basketball season, the inevitable riot between McKinley and Eisenhower routers, the spring concerts. The term-end exams were only a month away when Benson and Myers finally did it. I stood solemnly, each with a beaker in either hand, and took alternate sips of the original and the drink mixed from the syrup they'd made. "Not a bit of difference, Fred," Myers said. "We have it." Benson picked up the guitar and began plunking on it. "Hey," Myers exclaimed. "Have you been finding time to take lessons on that thing? I never heard you play as well as that." He decided to go into business in St. Louis. It was centrally located, and being behind more concentric circles of radar and counter-rocket defenses, it was in better shape than any other city in the country, and most likely to stay that way. Getting started wasn't hard. The first banker who tasted the new drink named Every Flav, at Myers' suggestion, couldn't dig up the necessary money fast enough. Every Flav hit the market with a bang and became an instant success. Soon the rainbow-tinted vending machines were everywhere, dispensing the slender, slightly flattened bottles and devouring quarters voraciously. In spite of high taxes and the difficulties of doing business in a consumer's economy upon which a wartime economy had been superimposed, both Myers and Benson were rapidly becoming wealthy. The gregarious Myers installed himself in a luxurious apartment in the city. Benson bought a large tract of land down the river toward Carondelet and started building a home and landscaping the grounds. The dreams began bothering him again, now that the urgency of getting Every Flav Inc. started had eased. They were not dreams of the men he had killed in battle, or except one about a huge, hot-smelling tank with a red star on the turret, about the war. Generally, they were about a strange, beautiful office room, in which a young man in uniform killed an older man in a plum-brown coat and a vivid blue neck scarf. Sometimes Benson identified himself with the killer, sometimes with the old man who was killed. He talked to Myers about these dreams, but beyond generalities about delayed effects of combat fatigue and vague advice to relax, the psychologist, now head of sales and promotion of Every Flav Inc., could give him no help. The war ended 3 years after the new company was launched. There was a momentary faltering of the economy, and then the work of reconstruction was crying hungrily for all the labor and capital that had been idled by the end of destruction and more. There was a new flood tide of prosperity, and Every Flav rode the crest. The estate at Carondelet was finished, a beautiful place, surrounded with gardens, fragrant with flowers, full of the songs of birds and soft music from concealed record players. It made him forget the ugliness of the war, and kept the dreams from returning so frequently. All the world ought to be like that, he thought, beautiful and quiet and peaceful. People surrounded with such beauty couldn't think about war. All the world could be like that. If only. The UN chose St. Louis for its new headquarters. Many of its offices had been moved there after the second and most destructive bombing of New York, and when the city by the Mississippi began growing into a real-world capital, the flow of money into it almost squared overnight. Benson began to take an active part in politics in the New World Sovereignty Party. He did not, however, allow his political activities to distract him from the work of expanding the company to which he owed his wealth and position. There were always things to worry about. "I don't know," Myers said to him one evening, as they sat over a bottle of rye in the psychologist's apartment. "I could make almost as much money practicing as a psychiatrist these days. The whole world seems to be going pure, unadulterated nuts. At a fair in Munich, for instance." Yes, Benson grimaced as he thought of the affair in Munich, a Wagnerian concert which had terminated in an insane orgy of mass suicide. Just a week after we started our free sample campaign in South Germany, too. He stopped short, downing his drink and coughing over it.
Bill, you remember those sheets of onion skin in that envelope? Foundation of our fortunes. I wonder why you really did get that, Fred.
His eyes widened in horror. That caution about heightened psychophysiological effects that we were never able to understand. Benson nodded grimly. And think of all the crazy cases of mass hysteria. That baseball game riot in Baltimore. The time everybody started tearing off each other's clothes in Milwaukee. The sex orgy in New Orleans. And the sharp uptrend in individual psychoneurotic and psychotic behavior. All in connection with music, too. And all after Every Flav got on the market. We'll have to stop it.
Pull Every Flav off the market,
Myers said. We can't be responsible for letting this go on. We can't stop either. There's at least a 2-month supply out in the hands of jobbers and distributors over whom we have no control. And we have all these contractual obligations to buy the entire output of the companies that make the syrup for us. If we stop buying, they can sell it in competition with us, as long as they don't infringe our trade name. And we can't prevent pirating. You know how easily we were able to duplicate that sample I brought back from Turkey. Why, our legal department's kept busy all the time, prosecuting unlicensed manufacturers as it is.
We've got to do something, Fred.
There was almost a whiff of hysteria in Myers' voice.
We'll start first thing tomorrow on a series of tests, just you and I, like the old times at Eisenhower High. First, we want to be sure that Every Flav really is responsible. It'd be a hell of a thing if we started a public panic against our own product for nothing, and then...
It took just 2 weeks, in a soundproof and guarded laboratory on Benson's Carondelet estate, to convict their delicious drink of responsibility for that Munich State Opera House horror, and everything else. Reports from confidential investigators in Munich confirmed this. It had, of course, been impossible to interview the 2,000 men and women who had turned the opera house into a pyre for their own immolation, but none of the tiny minority who had kept their sanity and saved their lives had tasted Every Flav. It took another month to find out exactly how the stuff affected the human nervous system, and they almost wrecked their own nervous systems in the process. The real villain, they discovered, was the incredible-looking lung-chain compound alluded to in the original notes as ingredient beta. Its principal physiological effect was to greatly increase the sensitivity of the oral nerves. Not only was the hearing range widened. After consuming 30 cc of beta, they could hear the sound of an ultrasonic dog whistle quite plainly, but the very quality of all audible sounds was curiously enhanced and altered. Myers, the psychologist, who was also well-grounded in neurology, explained how the chemical produced this effect. It meant about as much to Benson as some of the chemistry did to Bill Myers. There was also a secondary, purely psychological effect. Certain musical chords had definite effects on the emotions of the hearer, and the subject, beside being directly influenced by the music, was rendered extremely open to verbal suggestions accompanied by a suitable musical background. Benson transferred the final results of this stage of the research to the black notebook and burned the scratch sheets. That's how it happened, then, he said. The Munich thing was the result of all that Goethe-Dämmerung music. There was a band at the baseball park in Baltimore. The New Orleans orgy started while a local radio station was broadcasting some of this new dance music. Look, these tone clusters here have a definite sex excitation effect. A series of 6 chords which occur in some of the Wagnerian stuff effect a combined feeling of godlike isolation and despair, and these consecutive fifths, a sense of danger, anger, combativeness. You know, we could work out a whole range of emotional stimuli to fit the effects of ingredient beta. We don't want to, Myers said. We want to work out a substitute for beta that will keep the flavor of the drink without the psychophysiological effects. Yeah, sure. I have some of the boys at the plant lab working on that. Gave them a lot of syrup without beta and told them to work out cheap additives to restore the regular Every Flav taste. Told them it was an effort to find a cheap substitute for an expensive ingredient. But look, Bill, you and I both see, for instance, that a powerful worldwide supranational sovereignty is the only guarantee of world peace. If we could use something like this to help overcome antiquated verbal prejudices and nationalistic emotional attachments. No, Myers said. I won't ever consent to anything like that, Fred. Not even in a cause like world peace. Use a thing like this for good, almost holy cause now, and tomorrow we or those who would come after us will be using it to create a tyranny. You know what year this is, Bill? Why, 1984, Benson said. Yes. You remember that old political novel of Orwell's, written about 40 years ago? Well, that's a picture of the kind of world you'd have, eventually, no matter what kind of world you started out to make. Fred, don't ever think of using this stuff for a purpose like that. If you try it, I'll fight you with every resource I have. There was a fanatical, almost murderous look in Bill Myers' eyes. Benson put the notebook in his pocket, then laughed and threw up his hands. Hey, Joe, he cried. You're right, of course, Bill. We can't even trust the UN with a thing like this. It makes the H-bomb look like a stone hatchet. Well, I'll call Grant at the plant lab and see how his boys are coming along with a substitute. As soon as we get it, we can put out a confidential letter to all our distributors and syrup manufacturers. He walked alone in the garden at Carondelet, watching the colour fade out of the sky and the twilight seep in among the clipped yews. All the world could be like this garden, a place of peace and beauty and quiet. If only. All the world would be a beautiful and peaceful garden in his own lifetime. He had the means of making it so. 3 weeks later, he murdered his friend and partner Bill Myers. It was a suicide. Nobody but Fred Benson knew that he had taken 50 cc of pure ingredient beta in a couple of cocktails while listening to the queer phonograph record that he had played half an hour before blowing his brains out. The decision had cost Benson a battle with his conscience, from which he had emerged the sole survivor. The conscience was buried, along with Bill Myers, and all that remained was a purpose. Every Flav stayed in the market unaltered. The night before the national election, the World Sovereignty Party distributed thousands of gallons of Every Flav. The speakers on every radio and television network were backgrounded by soft music. The next day, when the vote was counted, it was found that the American nationalists had carried a few backwoods precincts in the Rockies and the Southern Appalachians and one county in Alaska where there had been no distribution of Every Flav. The dreams came back more often, now that Bill Myers was gone. Benson was only beginning to realize what a large fact in his life the companionship of the young psychologist had been. While a world of peace and beauty was an omelette worth the breaking of many eggs. He purchased another great tract of land near the city and donated it to the UN for their new headquarters buildings. The same architects and landscapists who had created the estate of Carondelet were put to work on it. In the middle of what was to become World City, they erected a small home for Fred Benson. Benson was often invited to address the delegates to the UN. Always there was soft, piped-in music behind his words. He saw to it that Every Flav was available free to all UN personnel. The Senate of the United States elected him as perpetual U.S. delegate-in-chief to the UN. Not long after, the Security Council elected him their perpetual chairman. In keeping with his new dignities, and to ameliorate his youthful appearance, he grew a moustache and eventually a small beard. The black notebook in which he kept the records of his experiments was always with him. Page after page was filled with notes. Experiments in sonics, like the one which had produced the ultrasonic stun gun, which rendered lethal weapons unnecessary for police and defense purposes. All the new musical combinations with which he was able to play upon every emotion and instinct. But he still dreamed, the same recurring dream of the young soldier and the old man in the office. By now he was consistently identifying himself with the latter. He took to carrying one of the thick-barreled stun pistols always now. Alone he practiced constantly with it, drawing, breaking soap bubbles with the concentrated sound waves it projected. It was silly, perhaps, but it helped him in his dreams. Now the old man with whom he identified himself would draw a stun pistol, occasionally, to defend himself. The years drained one by one through the hourglass of time. Year after year the world grew more peaceful, more beautiful. There were no more incidents like the mass suicide of Munich, or the mass perversions of New Orleans. The playing and even the composing of music was strictly controlled. No dangerous notes or chords could be played in a world drenched with ingredient beta. Steadily the idea grew that peace and beauty were supremely good, that violence and ugliness were supremely evil. Even competitive sports which simulated violence, even children born ugly and misshapen. He finished the breakfast which he prepared for himself. He trusted no food that another had touched, and knotted the vivid blue scarf about his neck before slipping into the loose coat of glossy plum brown that checked the stun pistol, and pocketed the black notebook, its plaster leather cover glossy from long use. He stood in front of the mirror, brushing his beard, now snow white. 2 years now, and he would be 80. Had he been anyone but the guide, he would have long ago retired to the absolute peace and repose of one of the elders' havens. Peace and repose, however, were not for the guide. It would take another 20 years to finish his task of remaking the world, and he would need every day of it that his medical staff could borrow or steal from him. He made an eye-baffling practice draw with the stun pistol, then holstered it, and started down the spiral stairway to the office below. There was the usual mass of papers on his desk. A corps of secretaries had screened out everything but what required his own personal and immediate attention. But the business of guiding a world could only be reduced to a certain point. On top was the digest of the world's news for the past 24 hours, and below that was the agenda of the afternoon's meeting of the council. He laid both in front of him, reading over the former and occasionally making a note on the latter. Once his glance strayed to the cardboard box in front of him, with the envelope taped to it, the latest improvement on the Everyflave syrup, with a report from all his own chemists, all conditioned to obedience, loyalty, and secrecy, if they thought he was going to try that damn stuff on himself. There was a sudden gleam of light in the middle of the room, in front of his desk. No, a mist through which a blue light seemed to shine. The stun pistol was in his hand, his instinctive reaction to anything unusual, and pointed into the shining mist when it vanished, and a man appeared in front of him, a man in the baggy green combat uniform that he himself had worn 50 years before, a man with a heavy automatic pistol in his hand. The gun was pointed directly at him. The guide aimed quickly and pressed the trigger of the ultrasonic stunner. The pistol dropped soundlessly in the thick-pawed rug. The man in uniform slumped in an inert heap. The guide sprang to his feet and rounded the desk, crossing to and bending over the intruder. Why, this was the dream that had plagued him through the years, but it was ending differently. The young man, his face, was startlingly familiar somehow. It was not killing the old man. It was years of practice with the stun pistol. He stooped and picked the automatic up. The young man was unconscious, and the guide had his pistol now. He slipped the automatic into his pocket and straightened beside his inert would-be slayer. A shimmering globe of blue mist appeared around them, brightened to a dazzle, dimmed again to a coloured mist before it vanished, and when it cleared away, he was standing beside the man in uniform, in the sandy bed of a dry stream at the mouth of a little ravine, and directly in front of him, looming above him, was a thing that had not been seen in the world for close to half a century. A big, hot-smelling tank with a red star on its turret. He might have screamed. The din of its treads and engines deafened him, and in panic he turned and ran, his old legs racing, his old heart pumping madly. The noise of the tank increased as machine guns joined the uproar. He felt the first bullet strike him just above the hips. No pain, just a tremendous impact. He might have felt the second bullet, too, as the ground tilted and rushed up at his face. Then he was diving into a tunnel of blackness that had no end. Captain Fred Benson of Benson's Butchers had been jerked back into consciousness when the field began to build around him. He was struggling to rise, fumbling the grenade out of his pocket when it collapsed. Sure enough, right in front of him, so close that he could smell the very heat of it, was the big tank with the red star on its turret. He cursed the sextet of sanctimonious double-crosses 8,000 miles and 50 years away in space-time. The machine guns had stopped, probably because they couldn't be depressed far enough to aim at him now. That was a notorious fault of some of the newer pan-Soviet tanks. He had the bomb out of his pocket, and the machine guns began firing again, this time at something on his left. Wondering what had created the diversion, he rocked back on his heels, pressed the button and heaved, closing his eyes. As the thing left his fingers, he knew that he had thrown too hard. His muscles, accustomed to the heavier cast-iron grenades, had betrayed him. For a moment he was closer to despair than at any other time in the whole phantasmagoric adventure. Then he was hit with physical force by a wave of almost solid heat. It didn't smell like the heat of the tank's engines. It smelled like molten metal, with undertones of burned flesh. Immediately there was a multiple explosion that threw him flat as the tank's ammunition went up. There were no screams, it was too fast for that. He opened his eyes. The turret and top armor of the tank had vanished. The two massive treads had been toppled over, one to either side. The body had collapsed between them. It was running sticky trickles of molten metal. He blinked, rubbed his eyes on the back of his hand, and looked again. Of all the many blasted and burned-out tanks, Soviet and UN, that he had seen, this was the most completely wrecked thing in his experience. They'd done that with one grenade. Remembering the curious manner in which, at the last, the tank had begun firing at something to the side, he looked around to see the crumpled body in the pale violet-grey trousers and the plum-brown coat. Finding his carbine and reloading it, he went over to the dead man, turning the body over. It was an old man with a white moustache and a small white beard. Why, if the moustache was smaller and there were no beard, it would pass for Benson's own father, who had died in 1962. The clothes weren't Turkish or Armenian or Persian or anything one would expect in this country. The old man had a pistol in his coat pocket, and Benson pulled it out and looked at it, then did a double take and grabbed for his own holster to find it empty. The pistol was his own 9.5 Colt automatic. He looked at the dead man with the white beard and the vivid blue neck scarf, and he was sure that he had never seen him before. He'd had that pistol when he'd come down the ravine. There was another pistol under the dead man's coat, in a shoulder holster, a queer thing with a thick round barrel, like an old percussion pepper box, and a diaphragm instead of a muzzle. Probably projected ultrasonic waves. He holstered his own coat and pocketed the unknown weapon. There was a black plaster-leather-bound notebook. It was full of notes, chemical formulae, yes, and some stuff on sonics. That tied in with a queer pistol. He pocketed that. He looked both over when he had time and privacy. 2 scarce commodities in the army. At that moment, there was a sudden rushing overhead, and an instant later the barrage began falling beyond the crest of the ridge. He looked at his watch, blinked and looked again. That barrage was done at 0550. According to his watch, it was 0726. That was another mystery, to go the question of who the dead man was, where it had come from, and how he'd gotten hold of Benson's pistol. Yes, and how that tank had gotten blown up. Benson was sure he'd used his last grenade back at the supply dump. The hell with it. He'd worry about all that later, and there'd be fleeing commies coming up the valley ahead of the UN advance. He'd better get himself placed before they started coming in on him. He stopped thinking about the multiple mystery, a solution to which seemed to dance maddeningly just out of his mental reach, and found himself in a place among the rocks to wait. And while he waited, he looked over the plaster-leather-bound notebook. In civil life, he'd been a high school chemistry teacher, but the stuff in this book was utterly new to him. Some of it he could understand readily enough. The rest of it he could dig out for himself. Stuff about some kind of carbonated soft drink, and about a couple of unbelievable-looking long-chain molecules. After a while, fugitive communists began coming up the valley to make their stand. Benson put away the notebook, picked up his carbine, and cuddled the stock to his cheek. End of story 9. Story 10 of Battles for the Stars. In Space! Had reached Short Sci-Fi, Volume 3. In 1849, the mist that sometimes rolled through the Golden Gate was known as fog. In 2149, it became far more frequent and was known as smog. By 2349, it was fog again. But tonight, there was smoke mixed with the fog. Ruddy could smell it. Somewhere in the forested ruins, fire was burning. He wasn't worried. The small blaze that smoldered behind him on the cracked concrete floor had consumed everything burnable within blocks. What remained of the gutted concrete office building from which he peered was fireproof. But Roddy was himself aflame with anger. As always, when invaders broke in from the north, he'd been left behind with his nurse, Molly, while the soldiers went out to fight. And nowadays, Molly's presence wasn't the comfort it used to be. He felt almost ready to jump out of his skin, the way she rocked and knitted in that grating ruined chair, saying over and over again, "The soldiers don't want little boys. The soldiers don't want little boys. The soldiers don't—" "I'm not a little boy," Roddy suddenly shouted. "I'm full grown, and I've never even seen an invader. Why won't you let me go and fight?" Fiercely he crossed the bare, gritty floor and shook Molly's shoulder. She rattled under his jarring hand and abruptly changed the subject. "A is for atom, B is for bomb, C is for corpse," she chanted. Roddy reached into her shapeless dress and pinched. Lately that had helped her over these spells. But this time, though it stopped the kindergarten song, the treatment only started something worse. "Wasn't hungry," Molly cooed, still rocking. Utterly disgusted, Roddy ripped her head off her neck. It was a completely futile gesture. A complicated mind that had cared for him and taught him speech and the alphabet hadn't made him a mechanic, and his only tool was a broken-handled screwdriver. He was still tinkering when the soldiers came in. When they lined up along the wall, he put Molly's head back on her neck. She gaped coyly at the new arrivals. "Hello, boys," she simpered. "Looking for a good time?" Roddy slapped her to silence, reflecting briefly that there were many things he didn't know about Molly, but there was work to be done. Carefully he framed the ritual words she taught him. "Soldiers come to attention and report." There were 11 of them, 6 feet tall, with 4 limbs and 8 extremities. They stood uniformly, the thumbs on each pair of hands touching along the center line of the legs. Front feet turned out at an angle of 45 degrees. Rear feet turned inward at 30 degrees. "Sir," they chorused, "we've met the enemy and he is ours." He inspected them. All were scratched and dented, but one in particular seemed badly damaged. His left arm was almost severed at the shoulder. "Come here, fellow," Roddy said. "Let's see if I can fix that." The soldier took a step forward, lurched suddenly, stopped, and whipped out a bayonet. "Death to invaders!" he yelled, and charged crazily. Molly stepped in front of him. "You aren't being very nice to my baby," she murmured, and thrust her knitting needles into his eyes. Roddy jumped behind him, knocked off his helmet, and pressed a soft spot on his conical skull. The soldier collapsed to the floor. Roddy salvaged and returned Molly's needles. Then he examined the patient, tearing him apart as a boy dismembers an alarm clock. It was lucky he did. The left arm's pair of hands suddenly writhed off the floor in an effort to choke him. Because the arm was detached at the shoulder, and therefore blind, he escaped the clutching onslaught and could goad the reflexing hands into assaulting one another harmlessly. Meanwhile, the other soldiers left, except for one, apparently another casualty, who stumbled on his way and fell into the fire. By the time Roddy had hauled him clear, damage was beyond repair. Roddy swore, then decided to try combining parts of this casualty with pieces of the other to make a whole one. To get more light for the operation, he poked up the fire. Roddy was new at his work and took it seriously. It alarmed him to watch the soldiers melt away, gradually succumbing to battle damage. Shamed him to see the empty ruins burn section by section as the invaders repeatedly broke through and had to be burned out. Soon there would be nothing left of the private property keep-out that, according to Molly's bedtime story, the owners had entrusted to them when driven away by radioactivity. Soon the soldiers themselves would be gone. None would remain to guard the city, but a few strayed servants like Molly and an occasional civil defender. And himself, Roddy reflected, spitting savagely into the fire. He might remain, but how he fitted into the picture he didn't know. And Molly, who claimed to have found him in the ruins after a fight with invaders 20 years before, couldn't or wouldn't say. Well, for as long as possible, Roddy decided, he'd do his duty as the others did theirs, single-mindedly. Eventually the soldiers might accept him as one of themselves. Meanwhile, his newly attempted first aid was useful to them. He gave the fire a final poke and then paused, wondering if, when heated, his screwdriver could make an unfastened end of wire stick on the greyish spot where it seemed to belong. Stretching prone to blow the embers hot so he could try out his new idea, Roddy got too close to the flames. Instantly the room filled with the stench of singed hair. Roddy drew angrily back, beating out the sparks in his uncut blonde mane. As he stood slapping his head and muttering, a deranged civil defense firefighter popped into the doorway and covered him with carbon dioxide foam. Roddy fled. His lifelong friends were not merely wearing out, they were unbearably wearing. In the street, even before he'd wiped off the foam, he regretted his flight. Fire was back home, and here in the cold of this fog-shrouded canyon, a mere trail between heaped-up walls of rubble, the diaper he wore felt inadequate against the pre-dawn cold. His cherished weapon, a magnetic tack hammer, was chill beneath the diaper's top, and the broken radium-dialed wristwatch, suspended from a string around his neck, hung clammy against his chest. He stood irresolute on numbing bare feet, and considered returning to the more familiar bedlam. But colder than cold was his shame at being cold. Molly never was, though she knew how to keep him warm. Nor were the others. Hunger, thirst, pain, and coldness were sensations never experienced by his friends. Like the growth he'd been undergoing till recently, these were things of ignominy, to be hidden as far as possible from inquiring eyes. Cold as it was, he'd have to hide. Temporarily the darkness concealed him, though it was not quite complete. From above the fog, the moon played vaguely deceptive light on the splinters of architecture looming toward it. Some distance off, an owl hooted, but here nocturnal rodents felt free to squeak and rustle as they scampered. The world seemed ghostly, yet it wasn't dead, it merely lurked. And as an irrepressible yawn reminded Roddy of his absurd need for sleep, even in the midst of danger, he concluded for the 1000th time that the one who'd built him must have been an apprentice. For just such reasons it developed the hideout toward which he now walked. It had been the haven of his adolescence, when the discovery of how much he differed from his friends had been a shock, and the shock itself a difference to be hidden. His hiding place was a manhole, dead center in the dead street. A weathered bronze bar, carefully placed in the cover's slotted rim, was the levering key that opened its door. Everything was wrong tonight. He couldn't even find the bar. Of course, that spoiled things, because the bar was a roller on which to move the heavy cover from below, and a support that held it ajar for ventilation. But the example of his friends had taught him above all else to carry out every purpose. Molly was a nurse. She had raised him despite all obstacles. The soldiers were guards. They protected the ruins against everything larger than a rat. The firefighter had put even him out when he was aflame. Anyhow, the manhole cover had been loosened by his frequent handling. He lifted it aside by main strength, and flattened himself to the street, and felt with his feet for the top rung. Halfway down the iron ladder, something made him pause. He looked, but saw only blackness. He listened, sniffed, found nothing. What could have entered through the iron cover? He sneered at his own timidity and jumped to the bottom. It was warm. The dry bottom of the hole had the temperature of body heat, as if a large animal had recently rested there. Quickly Roddy drew the hammer from his waist. Then, with weapon ready for an instantaneous blow, he stretched his left hand through the darkness. He touched something warm, softish. Gingerly he felt over that curving surface for identifying features. While Roddy investigated by touch, his long fingers were suddenly seized and bitten. At the same time, his right shin received a savage kick, and his own retaliatory blow was checked in mid-swing by an unexpected voice. "Get your filthy hands off me!" it whispered angrily. "Who do you think you are?" Startled, he dropped his hammer. "I'm Roddy," he said, squatting to fumble for it. "Who do you think you are?" "I'm Ida, naturally. Just how many girls are there in this raiding party?" His first invader, and he had dropped his weapon. Scrabbling fearfully in the dust for his hammer, Roddy paused suddenly. This girl, whatever that was, seemed to think of him as one of her own kind. There was a chance, not much, but worth taking, to turn delay to advantage. Maybe he could learn something of value before he killed her. That would make the soldiers accept him. He stalled, seeking a gambit. "How would I know how many girls there are?" Half expecting a blow, he got instead an apology. "I'm sorry," the girl said. "I should have known. Never even heard your name before, either. Roddy. Whose boats did you come in, Roddy?" Boat? What was a boat? "How would I know?" he repeated, voice tight with fear of discovery. If she noticed the tension, she didn't show it. Certainly her whisper was friendly enough. "Oh, you're one of the fellows from Bodega, then. They shoved a boy into our boat at the last minute, too. Tough, wasn't it, getting separated in the fog and tired like that? If only we didn't have to use boats. But say, how are we going to get away from here?" "I wouldn't know," Roddy said, closing his fingers on the hammer and rising. "How did you get in?" "Followed your footprints. It was sundown, and I saw human tracks in the dust, and they led me here." "Where were you?" "Scouting around," Roddy said vaguely. "How did you know I was a man when I came back?" "Because you couldn't see me, silly. You know perfectly well these androids are heat-sensitive and can locate us in the dark." Indeed, he did know. Many times he'd felt ashamed that Molly could find him whenever she wanted to, even here in the manhole. But perhaps the manhole would help him now to redeem himself. "I'd like to get a look at you," he said. The girl laughed self-consciously. "It's getting grey out. You'll see me soon enough." And she'd see him, Roddy realized. He had to talk fast. "What'll we do when it's light?" he asked. "Well, I guess the boats have gone," Ida said. "You could swim the gate. I guess you could seem tall and strong enough, but I couldn't. You'll think it's crazy, but I've given this some thought. I even looked at it from the other side. I expect to try the Golden Gate Bridge." Now he was getting somewhere. The bridge was ruined, impassable. Even her own people had crossed the strait by other means. But if there were a way over the bridge... "It's broken," he said. "How in the world can we cross it?" "Oh, you'll find out. If you take me up there, I don't want to be alone, Roddy. Will you go with me? Now?" Well, she could be made to point out the route before he killed her, if nothing happened when she saw him. Uneasy, Roddy hefted the hammer in his hand. A giggle broke the pause. "It's nice of you to wait and let me go first up the ladder," the girl said. "But where the heck is the rusty old thing?" "I'll go first," said Roddy. He might need the advantage. "The ladder's right behind me." He climbed with hammer in teeth and stretched his left hand from street level to grasp and neutralize the girl's right. Then, nervously fingering his weapon, he stared at her in the thin grey dawn. She was short and lean, except for roundnesses here and there. From her shapeless doe-skin dress stretched slender legs that tapered to feet that were bare, tiny, and, like her hands, only 2 in number. Roddy was pleased. They were evenly matched as to members, and that would make things easy when the time came. He looked into her face. It smiled at him, tanned and ruddy, with a full mouth and bright dark eyes that hid under long lashes when he looked too long. Startling, those wary eyes. Concealing. For a moment he felt a rush of fear, but she gave his hand a squeeze before twisting loose and burst into sudden laughter. "Diapers," she chortled, struggling to keep her voice low. "My big, strong, blonde and blue-eyed hero goes into battle wearing diapers and carrying only a hammer to fight with. You're the most unforgettable character I've ever known." It passed inspection then, so far. He expelled his withheld breath and said, "I think you'll find me a little odd in some ways." "Oh, not at all," Ida replied quickly. "Different, yes, but I wouldn't say odd." When he started down the street, she was nervous despite Roddy's assertion that he knew where the soldiers were posted. He wondered if she felt some of the doubt it tried to conceal, shared his visions of what the soldiers might do if they found him brazenly strolling with an invader. They might not believe he was only questioning a prisoner. Every day, his friends were becoming more unpredictable. For that very reason, because he didn't know what precautions would do any good, he took a chance and walked openly to the bridge by the most direct route. In time, this apparent assurance stilled Ida's fears, and she began to talk. Many of the things she said were beyond his experience and meaningless to him, but he did note with interest how effective the soldiers had been. "It's awful," Ida said. "So few young men are left, so many casualties." "But why do we keep up the fight?" Roddy asked. "I mean, the soldiers will never leave the city. Their purpose is to guard it, and they can't leave, so they won't attack. Let them alone, and there'll be plenty of young men." "Well," said Ida sharply, "you need indoctrination. Didn't they ever tell you that the city is our home, even if the stupid androids do keep us out? Don't you know how dependent we are on these raids for all our tools and things?" She sounded suspicious. Roddy shot her a furtive, startled glance, but she wasn't standing off to fight him. On the contrary, she was too close for both comfort and combat. She bumped his hip and shoulder every few steps, and if he edged away, she followed. He went on with his questioning. "Why are you here? I mean, sure, the others are after tools and things, but what's your purpose?" Ida shrugged. "I'll admit no girl has ever done it before," she said, "but I thought I could help with the wounded. That's why I have no weapon." She hesitated, glanced covertly up at him, and went on with a rush of words. "It's the lack of men, I guess. All the girls are kind of bored and hopeless. So I got this bright idea and stowed away in one of the boats when it was dark and the fog had settled down. Do you think I was being silly?" "No, but you do seem a little purposeless." In silence they trudged through a vast area of charred wood and concrete foundations on the northern end of the city. Thick fog over the water hid Alcatraz, but inshore visibility was better, and they could see the beginning of the bridge approach. A stone rattled nearby. There was a clink of metal. Ida gasped and clung to Roddy's arm. "Behind me," he whispered urgently. "Get behind me and hold on." He felt Ida's arms encircling his waist, her chin digging into his back below the left shoulder. Facing them, 100 feet away, stood a soldier. He looked contemptuous, hostile. "It's all right," Roddy said, his voice breaking. There was a long, sullen, heart-stopping stare. Then the soldier turned and walked away. Ida's grip loosened, and he could feel her sag behind him. Roddy turned and held her. With eyes closed, she pressed cold blue lips to his. He grimaced and turned away his head. Ida's response was quick. "Forgive me," she breathed and slipped from his arms, but she held herself erect. "I was so scared. And then we've had no sleep, no food or water." Roddy was familiar with these signs of weakness, proud of appearing to deny his own humiliating needs.
I guess you're not as strong as me, he said smugly. I'll take care of you. Of course we can't sleep now, but I'll get food and water.
Leaving her to follow, he turned left to the ruins of a supermarket he had previously visited, demonstrating his superior strength by setting a pace Ida couldn't match. By the time she caught up with him, he had grubbed out a few cans of the special size that Molly always chose. Picking two that were neither dented, swollen, nor rusted, he smashed an end of each with his hammer and gave Ida her choice of strained spinach or squash.
Baby food, she muttered. Maybe it's just what we need, but to eat baby food with a man wearing a diaper. Tell me, Roddy, how did you happen to know where to find it?
Well, this is the northern end of the city, he answered, shrugging.
I've been here before. Why did the soldier let us go?
This watch, he said, touching the radium dial.
It's a talisman.
But Ida's eyes had widened, and the colour was gone from her face. She was silent, too, except when asking him to fill his fast-emptied can with rainwater. She didn't finish her own portion, but lay back in the rubble with feet higher than her head, obviously trying to renew her strength. And when they resumed their walk, her sullen, fear-clouded face showed plainly that he had given himself away. But to kill her now, before learning how she planned to cross the supposedly impassable bridge, seemed as purposeless and impulsive as Ida herself. Roddy didn't think, in any case, that her death would satisfy the soldiers. With new and useful information to offer, he might join them as an equal at last. But if his dalliance with this enemy seemed pointless, not even Molly's knitting needles could protect him. He was sure the soldiers must be tracking the mysterious emanations of his watchdial, and had trouble to keep from glancing over his shoulder at every step. But arrival at the bridge approach ended the need for this self-restraint. Here, difficult going demanded full attention. He'd never gone as far as the bridge before, not having wanted to look as if he might be leaving the city. The approach was a jungle of concrete with an underbrush of reinforcing steel that reached for the unwary with rusted spines. Frequently, they had to balance on cracked girders and inch over roadless spots high off the ground. Here Ida took the lead. When they got to where 3 approach roads made a clover leaf, she led him down a side road and into a forest. Roddy stopped and seized her arm.
What are you trying to do? He demanded.
I'm taking you with me, Ida said firmly. Taking you where you belong.
No, he blurted, drawing his hammer. I can't go. No, I'll let you go. I belong here.
Ida gasped, pushed it loose, and ran. Roddy ran after her. She wasn't so easily caught. Like a frightened doe, she dashed in and out among the trees, leaped to the bridge's underpinnings where they thrust rustedly from a cliff, and scrambled up the ramp. Roddy sighed and slowed down. The pavement ended just beyond the cable anchors. From there to the south tower, only an occasional dangling support wire showed where the actual bridge had been suspended. Ida was trapped. He could take his time, let the soldiers come up, as they undoubtedly would, to finish the job. But Ida didn't seem to realize she was trapped. Without hesitation, she dashed up the main left-hand suspension cable and ran along its curved steel surface. For a moment, Roddy thought of letting her go, letting her run up the ever-steepening catenary, until, because there were no guard ropes or hand grips, she simply fell. That would solve his problem. Except it wouldn't be his solution. Her death wouldn't prove him to his friends. He set out quickly before Ida was lost to sight in a thick fog that billowed in straight from the ocean. At first he ran erect along the top of the yard-wide cylinder of twisted metal, but soon the curve steepened. He had to go on all fours, clinging palm and sole. Blood was on the cable where she had passed. More blood stained it when he had followed. But because his friends knew neither pain nor fatigue, Roddy would admit none either. Nor would he give in to the fear that dizzied him at every downward look. He scrambled on like an automaton, watching only his holds, till he rammed Ida's rear with his head. She had stopped, trembling and gasping. Roddy clung just below her and looked dazedly around. There was nothing in sight but fog, pierced by the rapier of rusted wire supporting them. Neither end of it was in sight. Upward lay success, if death were not nearer on the cable. No soldier had ever come even this far, for soldiers, as it told Ida, never left the city, were not built to do so. But he was here. With luck, he could capitalize on the differences that had plagued him so long.
Go on,
he ordered hoarsely.
Move!
There was neither answer nor result. He broke off an end of loosened wire and jabbed her rear. Ida gasped and crawled on. Up and up they went, chilled, wet, bleeding, pain-racked, exhausted. Never had Roddy felt so thoroughly the defects of his peculiar non-mechanical construction. Without realizing it, he acquired a new purpose, a duty as compelling as that of any soldier or fire watcher. He had to keep that trembling body of his alive, mount to the tall rust tower overhead. He climbed and he made Ida climb, till at nightmare's end the fog thinned and they came into clear, wind-swept air and clawed up the last 100 feet to sanctuary. They were completely spent. Without word or thought, they crept within the tower, huddled together for warmth on its dank, stale deck, and slept for several hours. Roddy awoke as Ida finished struggling free of his unconscious grip. Limping, he joined her painful walk around the tower. From its openings they looked out on a strange and isolated world. To the north, where Ida seemed drawn as though by instinct, Mount Tamalpais reared its brushy head, a looming island above a billowy white sea of fog. To the south of the Twin Peaks, a pair of buttons on a cotton sheet. Eastward lay Mount Diablo, bald and brooding, tallest of the peaks and most forbidding. But westward over the ocean lay the land of gold, of all the kinds of gold there are, from brightest yellow to deepest orange. Only a small portion of the setting sun glared above the fog bank. The rest seemed to have been broken off and smeared around by a child in love with its colour. Fascinated, Roddy stared for minutes, but turned when Ida showed no interest. She was intent on the tower itself. Following her eyes, Roddy saw his duty made suddenly clear. Easy to make out in the fading light was the route by which invaders could cross to the foot of this tower on the remaining ruins of the road, climb to where he now stood, and then descend the cable over the bridge's gap and catch the city unaware. Easy to estimate was the advantage of even this perilous route over things that scattered on the water and prevented a landing in strength. Easy to see was the need to kill Ida before she carried home this knowledge. Roddy took the hammer from his waist. "Don't! Oh, don't!" Ida screamed. She burst into tears and covered her face with scratched and bloodied hands. Surprised, Roddy withheld the blow. He had wept as a child, and weeping had for the first time learned he differed from his friends. Ida's tears disturbed him, bringing unhappy memories. "Why should you cry?" he asked comfortingly. "You know your people will come back to avenge you, and will destroy my friends." But my people are your people too," Ida wailed. "It's so senseless now, after all our struggle to escape. Don't you see? Your friends are only machines, built by our ancestors. We are men, and the city is ours, not theirs." "It can't be," Roddy objected. "The city surely belongs to those who are superior, and my friends are superior to your people, even to me. Each of us has a purpose, though, while you invaders seem to be aimless. Each of us helps preserve the city. You only try to rob and end it by destroying it. My people must be the true men, because they're so much more rational than yours, and it isn't rational to let you escape." Ida had turned up her tear-streaked face to stare at him. "Rational? What's rational about murdering a defenseless girl in cold blood? Don't you realize we're the same sort of being, we two? Don't you remember how we've been with each other all day?" She paused. Roddy noticed that her eyes were dark and frightened, yet somehow soft, over scarlet cheeks. He had to look away, but he said nothing. "Never mind," Ida said viciously. "You can't make me beg. Go ahead and kill. See if it proves you're superior. My people will take over the city regardless of you and me, and regardless of your jumping jack friends too. Men can accomplish anything." Scornfully, she turned and looked toward the western twilight. It was Roddy's turn to stand and stare. "Purpose?" Ida flung at him over her shoulder. "Logic. Women hear so much of that from men. You're a man, all right. Men always call it logic when they want to destroy. Loyalty to your own sort, kindness, affection, all emotional, aren't they? Not a bit logical. Emotion is for creating, and so much more logical to destroy, isn't it?" She whirled back toward him, advancing as if she wanted to sink her teeth into his throat. "Go ahead. Get it over with, if you have the courage." It was hard for Roddy to look away from that wrath-crimsoned face, but it was even harder to keep staring into the blaze of her eyes. He compromised by gazing out an opening at the gathering dusk. He thought for a long time before he decided to tuck his hammer away. "It isn't reasonable to kill you now," he said. "Too dark. You can't possibly get down that half-ruined manway tonight. So let's see how I feel in the morning." Ida began to weep again, and Roddy found it necessary to comfort her. And by morning, he knew he was a man. End of story 10. Story 11 of Battles for the Stars in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 3. Keep Your Shape by Robert Sheckley. Pid the pilot slowed the ship almost to a standstill and peered anxiously at the green planet below. Even without instruments, there was no mistaking it. Third from its sun, it was the only planet in this system capable of sustaining life. Peacefully, it swam beneath its gauze of clouds. It looked very innocent, and yet 20 previous Grom expeditions had set out to prepare this planet for invasion and vanished utterly without a word. Pid hesitated only a moment before starting irrevocably down. There was no point in hovering and worrying. He and his 2 crewmen were as ready now as they would ever be. Their compact displacers were stored in body pouches, inactive but ready. Pid wanted to say something to his crew, but wasn't sure how to put it. The crew waited. Ilg, the radio man, had sent the final message to the Grand Planet. Gur, the detector, read 16 dials at once and reported, "No sign of alien activity." His body surfaces flowed carelessly. Noticing the flow, Pid knew what to say to his crew. Ever since they'd left Grom, shape discipline had been disgustingly lax. The invasion chief had warned him, but still, he had to do something about it. It was his duty, since lower castes, such as radiomen and detectors, were notoriously prone to shapelessness. "A lot of hopes are resting on this expedition," he began slowly. "We're a long way from home now." Gur, the detector, nodded. Ilg, the radio man, flowed out of his prescribed shape and motored himself comfortably to a wall. "However," Pid said sternly, "distance is no excuse for promiscuous shapelessness." Ilg flowed hastily back into proper radio man's shape. "Exotic forms will undoubtedly be called for," Pid went on, "and for that we have a special dispensation. But remember, any shape not assumed strictly in the line of duty is a foul, lawless device of the Shapeless One." Gur's body surfaces abruptly stopped flowing. "That's all," Pid said, and flowed into his controls. The ship started down, so smoothly coordinated that Pid felt a glow of pride. They were good workers, he decided. He just couldn't expect them to be as shape-conscious as a high-caste pilot. Even the invasion chief had told him that. "Pid," the invasion chief had said at their last interview, "we need this planet desperately." "Yes, sir," Pid had said, standing at full attention, never quivering from optimum pilot's shape. "One of you," the chief said heavily, "must get through and set up a displacer near an atomic power source. The army will be standing by at this end, ready to step through." "We'll do it, sir," Pid said. "This expedition has to succeed," the chief said, and his features blurred momentarily from sheer fatigue. "In strictest confidence, there's considerable unrest on Grom. The minor caste is on strike, for instance. They want a new digging shape, so the old one is inefficient." Pid looked properly indignant. The mining shape had been set down by the ancients 50,000 years ago, together with the rest of the basic shapes, and now these upstarts wanted to change it. "That's not all," the chief told him. "We have uncovered a new cult of shapelessness, picked up almost 8,000 Grom, and I don't know how many more we missed." Pid knew that shapelessness was a lure of the Shapeless One, the greatest evil that the Grom mind could conceive of. But why, he wondered, did so many Grom fall for his lures? The chief guessed his question. "Pid," he said, "I suppose it's difficult for you to understand. Do you enjoy piloting?" "Yes, sir," Pid said simply. Enjoy piloting? It was his entire life. Without a ship, he was nothing. "Not all Grom feel that way," the chief said. "I don't understand it either. Oh, my ancestors have been invasion chiefs, back to the beginning of time. So of course I want to be an invasion chief. It's only natural, as well as lawful. But the lower castes don't feel that way." The chief shook his body sadly. "I've told you this for a reason. We Grom need more room. This unrest is caused purely by crowding. All the psychologists say so. Another planet to expand into will cure everything. So we're counting on you, Pid." "Yes, sir," Pid said, with a glow of pride. The chief rose to end the interview. Then he changed his mind and sat down again. "We'll have to watch your crew," he said. "They're loyal, no doubt, but low caste, and you know the lower castes." Pid did indeed. Your detective is suspected of harboring ultra-rationist tendencies. He was once fined for assuming a quasi-hunter's shape. Ilg has never had any definite charge brought against him, but I hear that he remains immobile for suspiciously long periods of time. Possibly he fancies himself a thinker.
But, sir, Pitt protested, if they were even slightly tainted with ultra-rationism or shapelessness, why send them on this expedition?
The chief hesitated before answering. There are plenty of Grom I could trust, he said slowly. But those two have certain qualities of resourcefulness and imagination that will be needed on this expedition. He sighed. I really don't understand why those qualities are usually linked with shapelessness.
Yes, sir, Pitt said.
Just watch them.
Yes, sir, Pitt said again, and saluted, realizing that the interview was at an end. In his body pouch, he felt the dormant displacer, ready to transform the enemy's power source into a bridge across space for the Grom hordes.
Good luck, the chief said. I'm sure you'll need it.
The ship dropped silently toward the surface of the enemy planet. Gur, the detector, analyzed the clouds below and fed data into the camouflage unit. The unit went to work. Soon the ship looked to all outward appearances like a cirrus formation. Pitt allowed the ship to drift slowly toward the surface of the mystery planet. He was in optimum pilot's shape now, the most efficient of the 4 shapes allotted to the pilot caste. Blind, deaf, and dumb, an extension of his controls, all his attention was directed toward matching the velocities of the high-flying clouds, staying among them, becoming a part of them. Gur remained rigidly in one of the 2 shapes allotted to detectors. He fed data into the camouflage unit, and the descending ship slowly altered into an altocumulus. There was no sign of activity from the enemy planet. Ilg located an atomic power source and fed the data to Pitt. The pilot altered course. He had reached the lowest level of clouds, barely a mile above the surface of the planet. Now his ship looked like a fat, fleecy cumulus. And still there was no sign of alarm. The unknown fate that had overtaken 20 previous expeditions still had not showed itself. Dusk crept across the face of the planet as Pitt maneuvered near the atomic power installation. He avoided the surrounding homes and hovered over a clump of woods. Darkness fell, and the green planet's lone moon was veiled in clouds. One cloud floated low and landed. "Quick, everyone out!" Pitt shouted, detaching himself from the ship's controls. He assumed the pilot's shape best suited for running and raced out of the hatch. Gur and Ilg hurried after him. They stopped 50 yards from the ship and waited. Inside the ship, a little-used circuit closed. There was a silent shudder, and the ship began to melt. Plastic dissolved, metal crumpled. Soon the ship was a great pile of junk, and still the process went on. Big fragments broke into smaller fragments and split again. Pitt felt suddenly helpless, watching his ship scuttle itself. He was a pilot of the pilot caste. His father had been a pilot, and his father before him, stretching back to the hazy past when the Grom had first constructed ships. He had spent his entire childhood around ships, his entire manhood flying them. Now shipless, he was naked in an alien world. In a few minutes there was only a mound of dust to show where the ship had been. The night wind scattered it to the forest, and then there was nothing at all. They waited. Nothing happened. The wind sighed and the trees creaked. Squirrels chirped and birds stirred in their nests. An acorn fell to the ground. Pitt heaved a sigh of relief and sat down. The 21st Grom expedition had landed safely. There was nothing to be done until morning, so Pitt began to make plans. They had landed as close to the atomic power installation as they dared. Now they would have to get closer. Somehow, one of them had to get very near the reactor room in order to activate the displacer. Difficult, but Pitt felt certain of success. After all, the Grom was strong on ingenuity. Strong on ingenuity, he thought bitterly, but terribly short of radioactives. That was another reason why this expedition was so important. There was little radioactive fuel left on any of the Grom worlds. Ages ago, the Grom had spent their store of radioactives in spreading throughout their neighboring worlds, occupying the ones that they could live on. Now, colonization barely kept up with the mounting birth rate. New worlds were constantly needed. This particular world, discovered in a scouting expedition, was needed. It suited the Grom perfectly, but it was too far away. They didn't have enough fuel to mount a conquering space fleet. Luckily,
There was another way, a better way. Over the centuries, the Guam scientists had developed the displacer, a triumph of identity engineering. The displacer allowed mass to be moved instantaneously between any two linked points. One end was set up at Guam's sole atomic energy plant. The other end had to be placed in proximity to another atomic power source and activated. Diverted power then flowed through both ends, was modified and modified again. Then, through the miracle of identity engineering, the Guam could step through from planet to planet, or pour through in a great, overwhelming wave. It was quite simple, but 20 expeditions had failed to set up the Earth-end displacer. What had happened to them was not known, for no Guam ship had ever returned to tell. Before dawn they crept through the woods, taking on the coloration of the plants around them. Their displacers pulsed feebly, sensing the nearness of atomic energy. A tiny four-legged creature darted in front of them. Instantly, Gur grew 4 legs and a long streamlined body and gave chase. "Gur, come back here!" Pid howled at the detector, throwing caution to the winds. Gur overtook the animal and knocked it down. He tried to bite it, but he neglected to grow teeth. The animal jumped free and vanished into the underbrush. Gur thrust out a set of teeth and bunched his muscles for another leap. "Gur!" Reluctantly, the detective turned away. He loped silently back to Pid. "I was hungry," he said. "You were not," Pid said sternly. "Was," Gur mumbled, writhing with embarrassment. Pid remembered what the chief had told him. Gur certainly did have hunter tendencies. He would have to watch him more closely. "We'll have no more of that," Pid said. "Remember, the lure of exotic shapes is not sanctioned. Be content with the shape you were born to." Gur nodded and melted back into the underbrush. They moved on. At the extreme edge of the woods they could observe the atomic energy installation. Pid disguised himself as a clump of shrubbery, and Gur formed himself into an old log. Ilg, after a moment's thought, became a young oak. The installation was in the form of a long, low building, surrounded by a metal fence. There was a gate and guards in front of it. The first job, Pid thought, was to get past the gate. He began to consider ways and means. From the fragmentary reports of the survey parties, Pid knew that in some ways this race of men were like the Guam. They had pets, as the Guam did, and homes and children, and a culture. The inhabitants were skilled mechanically, as were the Guam. But there were terrific differences also. The men were of fixed and immutable form, like stones or trees, and to compensate, their planet boasted a fantastic array of species, types, and kinds. This was completely unlike Guam, which had only 8 distinct forms of animal life. And evidently, the men were skilled at detecting invaders, Pid thought. He wished he knew how the other expeditions had failed. It would make his job much easier. A man lurched past them on 2 incredibly stiff legs. Rigidity was evident in his every move. Without looking, he hurried past. "I know," Gus said after the creature had moved away. "I'll disguise myself as a man, walk through the gate to the reactor room, and activate my displacer." "You can't speak their language," Pid pointed out. "I won't speak at all. I'll ignore them. Look." Quickly, Gur shaped himself into a man. "That's not bad," Pid said. Gur tried a few practice steps, copying the bumpy walk of the man. "But I'm afraid it won't work," Pid said. "It's perfectly logical," Gur pointed out. "I know. Therefore the other expeditions must have tried it, and none of them came back." There was no arguing that. Gur flowed back into the shape of a log. "What then?" he asked. "Let me think," Pid said. Another creature lurched past, on 4 legs instead of 2. Pid recognized it as a dog, a pet of man. He watched it carefully. The dog ambled to the gate, head down, in no particular hurry. It walked through unchallenged and lay down in the grass. Pid said. They watched. One of the men walked past and touched the dog on the head. The dog stuck out its tongue and rolled over on its side. "I can do that," Ger said excitedly. He started to flow into the shape of a dog. "No, wait," Pid said. "We'll spend the rest of the day thinking it over. This is too important to rush into." Ger subsided sulkily. "Come on, let's move back," Pid said. He and Ger started into the woods. Then he remembered Ilg. "Ilg," he called softly. There was no answer. "Ilg!" What? Oh, yes, an oak tree said, and melted into a bush.
Sorry, what were you saying?
We're moving back, Pid said. Were you, by any chance, thinking? Oh, no, Ilg assured him. Just resting. Pid let it go at that. There was too much else to worry about. They discussed it for the rest of the day, hidden in the deepest part of the woods. The only alternatives seemed to be man or dog. A tree couldn't walk past the gates, since that was not in the nature of trees. Nor could anything else, and escape notice. Going as a man seemed too risky. They decided that Gur would sally out in the morning as a dog. Now get some sleep, Pid said. Obediently, his two crewmen flattened out, going immediately shapeless. But Pid had a more difficult time. Everything looked too easy. Why wasn't the atomic installation better guarded? Certainly the men must have learned something from the expeditions they'd captured in the past. Or had they killed them without asking any questions? You couldn't tell what an alien would do. Was that open gate a trap? Wearily, he flowed into a comfortable position on the lumpy ground. Then he pulled himself together hastily. He'd gone shapeless. Comfort was not in the line of duty, he reminded himself, and firmly took a pilot's shape. But a pilot's shape wasn't constructed for sleeping on damp, bumpy ground. Pid spent a restless night, thinking of ships and wishing he were flying one. He awoke in the morning, tired and ill-tempered. He nudged Gur. "Let's get this over with," he said. Gur flowed gaily to his feet. "Come on, Ilg," Pid said angrily, looking around. "Wake up." There was no reply. "Ilg," he called. Still there was no reply. "Help me look for him," Pid said to Gur. "He must be around here somewhere." Together they tested every bush, tree, log, and shrub in the vicinity, but none of them was Ilg. Pid began to feel a cold panic run through him. What could have happened to the radio man? "Perhaps he decided to go through the gate on his own," Gur suggested. Pid considered the possibility. It seemed unlikely. Ilg had never shown much initiative. It had always been content to follow orders. They waited, but midday came and there was still no sign of Ilg. "We can't wait any longer," Pid said, and they started through the woods. Pid wondered if Ilg had tried to get through the gates on his own. Those quiet types often concealed a foolhardy streak. But there was nothing to show that Ilg had been successful. He would have to assume that the radio man was dead or captured by the men. That left two of them to activate a displacer. And he still didn't know what had happened to the other expeditions. At the edge of the woods, Gur turned himself into a facsimile of a dog. Pid inspected him carefully. "A little less tail," he said. Gur shortened his tail. "More ears." Gur lengthened his ears. "Now even them up." They became even. Pid inspected the finished product. As far as he could tell, Gur was perfect, from the tip of his tail to his wet black nose. "Good luck," Pid said. "Thanks." Cautiously, Gur moved out of the woods, walking in the lurching style of dogs and men. At the gate, the guard called to him. Pid held his breath. Gur walked past the man, ignoring him. The man started to walk over. Gur broke into a run. Pid shaped a pair of strong legs for himself, ready to dash if Gur was caught. But the guard turned back to his gate. Gur stopped running immediately and strode quietly toward the main door of the building. Pid dissolved his legs with a sigh of relief, and then tensed again. The main door was closed. Pid hoped the radio man wouldn't try to open it. That was not in the nature of dogs. As he watched, another dog came running toward Gur. Gur backed away from him. The dog approached and sniffed. Gur sniffed back. Then both of them ran around the building. That was clever, Pid thought. There was bound to be a door in the rear. He glanced up at the afternoon sun. As soon as the displacer was activated, the Grom armies would begin to pour through. By the time the men recovered from the shock, 1 million or more Grom troops would be here, weapons and all, with more following. The day passed slowly, and nothing happened. Nervously, Pid watched the front of the plant. It shouldn't be taking so long if Gur was successful. Late into the night, he waited. Men walked in and out of the installation, and dogs barked around the gates, but Gur did not appear. Gur had failed. Ilg was gone. Only he was left, and still he didn't know what had happened. By morning, Pid was in complete despair. He knew that the 21st Grum expedition to this planet was near the point of complete failure. Now it was all up to him. He saw that workers were arriving in great numbers, rushing through the gates. He decided to take advantage of the apparent confusion and started to shape himself into a man. A dog walked past the woods where he was hiding.
"Hello,"
the dog said. It was Gur. "What happened?" Pid asked, with a sigh of relief. "Why were you so long? Couldn't you get in?"
"I don't know,"
Gur said, wagging his tail.
"I didn't try."
Pid was speechless.
"I went hunting,"
Gur said complacently.
"This form is ideal for hunting, you know. I went out to a gate with another dog."
"But the expedition, your duty—"
"I changed my mind,"
Gur told him.
"You know, pilot, I never wanted to be a detector."
"But you were born a detector."
"That's true," Gur said, "but it doesn't help. I always wanted to be a hunter."
Pid shook his entire body in annoyance. "You can't," he said, very slowly, as one would explain to a grumling. "The hunter shape is forbidden to you."
"Not here it isn't,"
Gur said, still wagging his tail. "Let's have no more of this," Pid said angrily. "Get into that installation and set up your displacer. I'll try to overlook this heresy."
"No," Gur said. "I don't want Grum here. They'd ruin it for the rest of us."
"He's right," a nearby oak tree said. "Ilg," Pid gasped. "Where are you?" Branches stirred.
"I'm right here," Ilg said. "I've been thinking."
"But you're cursed."
"Pilot,"
Gur said sadly.
"Why don't you wake up? Most other people on Grum are miserable. Only custom makes us take the cast shape of our ancestors." "Pilot," Ilg said, "all Grum are born shapeless." "And being born shapeless, all Grum should have freedom of shape," Gur said.
"Exactly," Ilg said, "but they'll never understand. Now excuse me, I want to think." And the oak tree was silent. Pid laughed humorlessly. "The men will kill you off," he said, "just as they killed off all the other expeditions."
"No one from Grum has been killed," Gur told him. "The other expeditions are right here."
"Alive?"
"Certainly. The men don't even know we exist. That dog I was hunting with is a Grum from the 12th expedition. There were hundreds of us here, pilot. We like it."
Pid tried to absorb it all. He had always known that the lower castes were lax in caste consciousness, but this was preposterous. This planet's secret menace was freedom.
"Drown us, pilot,"
Gur said.
"We've got a paradise here. Do you know how many species there are on this planet? An uncountable number. There's a shape to suit every need."
Pid ignored them. Traitors. He'd do the job all by himself. So men were unaware of the presence of the Grum. Getting near the reactor might be not so difficult after all. The others had failed in their duty because they were of the lower castes, weak and irresponsible. Even the pilots among them must have been secretly sympathetic to the cult of shapelessness the chief had mentioned, or the alien planet could never have swayed them. What shape to assume for his attempt? Pid considered. A dog might be best. Evidently, dogs could wander pretty much where they wished. If something went wrong, Pid could change his shape to meet the occasion. "The Supreme Council will take care of all of you," he snarled, and shaped himself into a small brown dog.
"I'm going to set up the displacer myself."
He studied himself for a moment, bared his teeth at Gur, and loped toward the gate. He loped for about 10 feet, and stopped in utter horror. The smells rushed at him from all directions, smells in a profusion and variety he'd never dreamed existed, smells that were harsh, sweet, sharp, heavy, mysterious, overpowering, smells that terrified, alien and repulsive and inescapable. The odors of earth struck him like a blow. He curled his lips and held his breath. He ran on for a few steps and had to breathe again. He almost choked. He tried to remold his dog nostrils to be less sensitive. It didn't work. It wouldn't, so long as he kept the dog shape. An attempt to modify his metabolism didn't work either. All this in the space of 2 or 3 seconds. He was rooted in his tracks, fighting the smells, wondering what to do. Then the noises hit him. They were a constant and staggering roar, through which every tiniest whisper of sound stood out clearly and distinctly. Sounds upon sounds, more noise than he had ever heard before at one time in his life. The woods behind him had suddenly become a madhouse. Utterly confused, he lost control and became shapeless. He half ran, half flowed into a nearby bush. There he reshaped obliterating the offending dog ears and nostrils with vicious strokes of his thoughts. The dog shape was out, absolutely. Such appalling sharpness of senses might be fine for a hunter such as Gurr. He probably gloried in them, but another moment of such impressions would have driven Pid the pilot mad. What now? He lay in the bush and thought about it, while gradually his mind threw off the last effects of the dizzying sensory assault. He looked at the gate. The men standing there evidently had noticed his fiasco. They were looking in another direction. A man? Well, it was worth a try. Studying the men at the gate, Pid carefully shaped himself into a facsimile, a synthesis, actually, embodying one characteristic of that, another of this. He emerged from the side of the bush opposite the gate, on his hands and knees. He sniffed the air, noting that the smells the men's nostrils picked up weren't unpleasant at all. In fact, some of them were decidedly otherwise. It had just been the acuity of the dog nostrils, the number of smells they had detected, and the near brilliance with which they had done so, that had shocked him. Also, the sounds weren't half so devastating. Only relatively close sounds stood out. All else was an undetailed whispering. Evidently, Pid thought, it had been a long time since men had been hunters. He tested his legs, standing up and taking a few clumsy steps. Thud, a foot on ground, dragged the other leg forward in a heavy arc. Thud, rocking from side to side, he marched back and forth behind the bush. His arms flapped as he sought balance. His head wobbled on his neck until he remembered to hold it up. Head up, eyes down. He missed seeing a small rock. His heel turned on it. He sat down hard. The ankle hurt. Pid curled his man lips and crawled back into the bush. The man-shape was too unspeakably clumsy. It was offensive to plod one step at a time. Body held rigidly upright, arms wobbling. There had been a deluge of sense impressions in the dog shape. There was dull, stiff, half-alive inadequacy to the man-shape. Besides, it was dangerous, now that Pid thought it over, as well as distasteful. He couldn't control it properly. It wouldn't look right. Someone might question him. There was too much about men he couldn't know. The planting of the displacer was too important a thing for him to fumble again. Only luck had kept him from being seen during the sensory onslaught. The displacer in his body pouch pulsed and tugged, urging him to be on his way toward the distant reactor room. Grimly, Pid let out the last breath he had taken with his man lungs, and dissolved the lungs. What shape to take? Again he studied the gate, the men standing beside it, the building beyond it, which was the all-important reactor. A small shape was needed, a fast one, an unobtrusive one. He lay and thought. The bush whistled above him. A small brown shape had fluttered down to light on a twig. It hopped to another twig, twittering. Then it fluttered off in a flash and was gone. That, Pid thought, was it. A sparrow that was not a sparrow rose from the bush a few moments later. An observer would have seen it circle the bush, diving, hedge-hopping, even looping, as if practicing all maneuvers possible to sparrows. Pid tensed his shoulder muscles, inclined his wings. He slipped off to the right, approached the bush at what seemed breakneck speed, though he knew this was only because of his small size. At the last second he lifted his tail, not quite quickly enough. He swooped up and over the top of the bush, but his legs brushed the top leaves. His beak went down, and he stumbled in air for a few feet back forward. He blinked beady eyes as if at a challenge, back toward the bush at a fine clip, again up and over, this time cleanly. He chose a tree, zoomed into its network of branches, wove a web of flight, working his way around and around the trunk, over and under brushes that flashed before him, through crotches with no more than a feather's breadth to spare. At last he rested on a low branch, and found himself chirping in delight. The tree extruded a feeler from the branch he sat on and touched his wings and tail.
"Interesting," said the tree. "I'll have to try that shape sometime."
Ilg.
"Twitter,"
hissed Pid, growing a mouth in his chest to hiss it. And then he did something that caused Ilg to exclaim in outrage. Pid flew out of the woods, over the underbrush and across the open space toward the gate. This body would do the trick. This body would do anything. He rose in a matter of a few sparrow heartbeats to an altitude of 100 feet. From here, the gate, the men, the building were small, sharp shapes against a green-brown mat. Pid found that he could see not only with unaccustomed clarity, but with a range of vision that astonished him. To right and to left he could see far into the hazy blue of the sky, and the higher he rose, the farther he could see. He rose higher. The displacer pulsed, reminding him of the job he had to do. He stiffened his wings and glided, regretfully putting aside his desires to experiment with this wonderful shape, at least for the present. After he planted the displacer, he would go off by himself for a while and do it just a little more, somewhere where Ilg and Ger wouldn't see him, before the Grom army arrived and the invasion began. He felt a tiny twinge of guilt as he circled. It was evil to want to keep this alien, flying shape any longer than was absolutely necessary to the performance of his duty. It was a device of the Shapeless One. But what had Ilg said? All Grom are born shapeless. It was true. Grom children were amorphous until old enough to be instructed in the cast shape of their ancestors. Maybe it wasn't too great a sin to alter your shape then, just once in a long while. After all, one must be fully aware of the nature of evil in order to meaningfully reject it. He had fallen lower in circling. The displacer pulse had strengthened. For some reason it irritated him. He drove higher on strong wings, circled again. Air rushed past him, a smooth, whispering flow, pierced by his beak, streaming invisibly past his sharp eyes, moving along his body in tiny turbulences that moved his feathers against his skin. It occurred to him, or rather struck him with considerable force, that he was satisfying a longing of his pilot caste that went far deeper than piloting. He drove powerfully with his wings, felt tonus across his back, shot forward and up. He thought of the controls of his ship. He imagined flowing into them, becoming part of them, as he had so often done, and for the first time in his life the thought failed to excite him. No machine could compare with this. What he would give to have wings of his own! Get from my side, Shapeless One! The displacer must be planted, activated. All Grom depended on him. He eyed the building far below. He would pass over it. The displacer would tell him which window to enter, which window was so near the reactor that he could do his job before the men even knew he was about. He started to drop lower, and the hawk struck. It had been above him. His first inkling of danger was the sharp pain of talons in his back, and the stunning blow of a beak across his head. Dazed, he let his back go, shapeless. His body substance flowed from the grasp of the talons. He dropped a dozen feet and resumed sparrow shape, hearing an astonished squawk from the attacker. He banked and looked up. The hawk was eyeing him. Talons spread again. The sharp beak gaped. The hawk swooped. Pid had to fight as a bird, naturally. He was 400 feet above the ground. So he became an impossibly deadly bird. He grew to twice the size of the hawk. He grew a foot-long beak with a double razor's edge. He grew talons like 6-inch scimitars. His eyes gleamed a red challenge. The hawk broke flight, squalling in alarm. Frantically, tail down and widespread, it thundered its wings and came to a dead stop 6 feet from Pid. Looking thoughtfully at Pid, it allowed itself to plummet. It fell 100 feet, spread its wings, stretched its neck, and flew off so hastily that its wings became blurs. Pid saw no reason to pursue it. Then after a moment, he did. He glided, keeping the hawk in sight, thoughts racing, feeling the newness, the power, the wonder of freedom of shape. Freedom. He didn't want to give it up. The bird shape was wondrous. He would experiment with it. Later he might tire of it for a time and assume another, a crawling or running shape, or even a swimming one. The possibilities for excitement, for adventure, for fulfillment and simple, sensual pleasure were endless. Freedom of shape was, obviously, now you thought on it, the Grom birthright, and the caste system was artificial. Obviously. A device for political and priestly benefit. Obviously. Go away, Shapeless One. This does not concern you. He rose to 1,000 feet, 2,000, 3. The displacer's pulse grew feebler and finally vanished. At 4,000 feet he released it and watched it spin downward, vanish into a cloud. Then he set out after the hawk, which was now only a dot on the horizon. He would find out how the hawk had broken flight as it had skidded on air. He wanted to do that, too. There were so many things he wanted to learn about flying. In a week, he thought he should be able to duplicate all the skill that millennia had evolved into birds. Then his new life would really begin. He became a torpedo shape with huge wings and sped after the hawk. End of story 11.